Perfect. That's great. We got a nice full house today. Okay, can you guys all see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, we're live right now on YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. So if you guys are not following us yet, make sure you check us out. LumiWealth YouTube. So youtube.com/@LumiWealth. So we're live here. So if you subscribe to us on YouTube, you'll get notifications when all these things happen. Like basically today, we do a live session like this. This is something that we do every week. It's normally blocked off to only paying customers, but we do this live, open this up to other people once a month, because we kind of just want people to see kind of how we do this, right? Okay, so here's a little breakdown of the live algo building sessions. Before we jump into that, quick disclaimer, different things, non-investment advice, there's no guarantee future results. Please read over the disclaimer, right? Legal reasons. Yeah, but this is basically how it works. This is what we do every Tuesday night, right? What we do is we, first of all, have trading idea presentations, if anyone has any that they want to present. Then we'll do a vote on what to build, which we'll do a vote in a couple minutes. And then we're actually going to build the algorithm or continue building an algorithm that we've done in the past. Then we'll tweak, and then you guys can get and run the code afterwards. It's all available in our GitHub if you're a subscriber. It looks something like this. This is LumiWealth Strategies. I have not put up the futures one yet. I will if we work on it today. But there's a bunch of other stuff in here. We have a lot of really good algorithms, our Condor Martingales, or all sorts of things. You can go in here, look at the back tests, see how each one did in terms of back testing. This is one that I'm very excited about. It's SPY 26 for Condor Martingales. We just started running this recently. It's one that I kind of want to put some real money into, assuming everything goes well with our paper trading, which so far it seems to be. And then, yeah, we have a bunch of different algorithms in here. They're all very easy to launch. So here's a whole long list of them. I think we have, 35 in here? And all of these are public. So I think we have about 30 available if you guys want to use any of these algorithms. And to launch them is quite simple. You simply go in here and you click deploy to render. You fill in a few things, and that's it. All right. And we're working on a new website that's going to make this even easier. We've actually made some really good progress on our website that maybe I'll be able to show you guys next week that will actually be functional. We're just trying to get it deployed right now onto the internet. Cool. Okay, awesome. So that's kind of the gist of it. So again, trading idea presentations. Then we vote on what to build. Then we build the actual algorithm itself. Then we do some tweaking, try to improve on this thing. And then you guys can get and run the code and actually do all that. All right. Okay, here's our plans. We actually just raised prices, but yeah, so these are now $39.99. All access, I believe, is what, $8.99? I forget what the new prices are. We just raised our prices on these things because we're starting to get some really good results, and it makes sense to basically have prices that are in line with our competitors. Really, some of our competitors are charging $10,000-$15,000 for this stuff, so we just want to be in line with what they're doing. So here's our pro plan is $3,998. All access is $998. So $998, $3,998. Right. With the pro plan, you basically get access to our live algo building sessions. You get access to that whole library I showed you with all these different algorithms that have really, really good results. You'll be able to use any of them in there. You get access to all of them. You get access to our workshops, which you do weekly. Tomorrow, we're actually hosting another workshop too. You'll get our trading signals, which is basically all this stuff here. You get to essentially follow along with what we're doing and how all these things are performing. Discord community, you get access to our community. There's a lot of really good people talking about all this different stuff. We have some very smart people in our community that you can interact with. We have a Python for Finance course and our algo trading course that you get as well if you want to learn how to do this stuff yourself. Right, and then the all access plan basically has everything in the pro plan. has all the course recordings. We have lots of courses that we've done over the years. You'll get access to all that. You get 2 hours of one-on-one per month. If you want to basically build some stuff, if you're interested in essentially having us build some things for you, then this all access plan is the way to go. And you get basically full service and help with a bunch of different things. One thing that actually I don't have on this presentation here, but we have now opened up, if you're on the starter plan, you also get to be part of these Tuesday sessions as well. You don't get access to all the code, but you do get to participate and see kind of how the juice is made. All right. Okay, cool. Any questions before we jump into it? All right. So let's start off with how our algorithms are doing. So here are a couple of algorithms that I actually have real money in. Diversified leverage, doing extremely well. I'm up 52% since last year in a few months, doing quite well with that one. We have SPY for real money. This is one of our Iron Condor trading algorithms. This one's up 10% since September with live money. SPY 9, this one took a bit of a tumble yesterday. I don't know why, but was doing quite well up until then. SPY 12, this one, election season kind of messed with it, but it's starting to make a nice recovery. Spreads EMA 2, this one's been on a tear. I don't know if you guys have been watching this one. Holy crap, it's up almost 50% in less than 2 months. It's like 6 months, it's up almost 50%, so pretty damn good. This one here, I just restarted it today, so this is the actual graph, up 13% since October 28th. AlphaPix, this is one that you guys keep asking about. This is one that basically follows Seeking Alpha's advice on what to basically purchase, and it's been doing very, very well. I'm shocked at how well this thing's been performing, to be quite honest with you. Up 20% since September 27th, so was that 6 weeks? We're not even using any leverage, no options, nothing like that. It's up 20%, which is pretty damn crazy. And then SPY 23 is another Iron Condor trading one, which has been doing pretty well so far. We just started it recently, but already heading in the right direction. All right. Cool. Awesome. So Option Alpha Pix is another one. Let me show you. We designed this one a little while ago. I think it's actually starting to function now, right? We probably need to make some modifications. If you guys are interested in working on this one, this is Alpha Pix. And we basically, they give us, for those of you that are new here, AlphaPix is essentially a website or a product, I should say, made by Seeking Alpha, which is the website that they give you two picks per month. Every month they tell you, invest in this stock or that stock. Sometimes they repeat. But they do very, very well. This AlphaPix with using stocks has made me personally and my family like something like $250,000, if not more already, because of their picks. So they really give out some very good picks. And this is basically here's how it's been doing, right? This is the strong buy version of it in paper trading. It's up 30%. It's doing like 10% a month, pretty much. This thing is pretty crazy with just regular stocks. But we made it with options so that we can get a little bit more leverage out of it. So far, it seems to be functioning, sort of. This is definitely something that we can do a little bit more work on if you guys are interested in doing that today. I think that maybe it's buying, maybe we need to change the expirations on or something. I think we can do some optimizations around that. But yeah, that's Options AlphaPix. And there's a bunch of other ones here we can look at. This one is, I don't know how the heck this thing keeps going up so much. It's up 164% since June. Yeah, Pelosi bot's been doing very well too. This one's up 11% since October 4th. So yeah, so a bunch of bots here. We can work on any one of these, improve any one of these if you guys are interested. Or there's from what Gil was saying, kind of one that I'm pretty interested in working on as well is this one here. So one of our clients basically brought this up, and they've been working on this this trading algorithm for some time now. And essentially you're saying, here's kind of what the profit curve looks like for them. You don't really see percentages on this, but I believe this represents about a 400% increase over a year, which is pretty damn good and very nice, stable graph. So they're basically doing a bunch of different things like trend following and stuff like that with bots here. They're running multiple different bots. But essentially, yeah, this is kind of what it looks like. And it's trading futures. I believe this is trading here we have MNQ, MES, MCL, MGC. There's a bunch of different ones that's trading. But essentially, it's doing different things: trend following, longer term trend following, scalping, range trading, and a few other things here. So producing some pretty spectacular results. So if you guys are interested, we can work on that today, or we can work on something else. But let me start putting this together. I'm going to put together a poll like we do every week. I'm going to say here, what do you want to work on? There we go. I'll add in this futures bot. I'll add in that Alpha Picks options bot. Anything else that you guys would be interested in working on today? Does anyone have a strategy that they've been doing or would be interested in seeing what that looks like in a bot? All right, one more I'll add to this as well as our condors. Right, although what thing we do is we could do our iron condors for different assets. If you guys are interested in that, iron condors for SPX, GLD, etc. Right, I think that'd be a pretty cool thing to do. Anything else you guys are interested in working on today? Cool. All right. So let me save this. And let me launch it. There you go. Okay, so survey is live. It should have popped up on your screen. If it didn't pop up, there's a little thing down there you can click on for poll. Click on that and add in your votes. And whatever you guys decide to vote on, we will start building today or continue building, depending on what you guys vote on. Cool. While you guys do that, I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, and whatever you guys chose to vote on, we can get started there. All right. All right. Hey, guys. We got some votes here coming in. I see you guys are quite active here.
How's it going, Rob?
Doing good. How you doing, Ray?
I can't complain. How's everything? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Happy Thanksgiving.
Same here. So yes, sorry I'm late. What's going on, everybody? Happy holidays. It seems like I just entered the building as soon as you're asking what do we want to work on.
Yeah, yeah. So if you want to vote, I think I know where your vote is going to be, to be honest with you. But the poll is still open if you want to cast your vote. I don't at this point. I don't think it even makes a difference. But yeah, I saw what you voted on. So,
Yeah, I just cast it. Yep.
Yeah, and it's exactly what I expected. Okay, cool. So that's everyone that's voted. Sorry, guys, on YouTube, we don't have a mechanism of doing this on YouTube. I see that there's a bunch of you guys there, which is great. It's actually pretty interesting. You guys are having a nice, lively conversation. So that's awesome. Cool. All right, great. So let me just follow up here. So we have some people. Hey, Raymond. Hey, Tommy. How's it going? Hey, Raymond, on YouTube. I'm Leia. I was trying to log into Zoom. No Alpaca. Ren. New API. I'm trying to understand. Do you need some help? I need a basic bot. Raymond, we're definitely going to be building some bots right now. We're working on a futures bot. Actually, I was going to say most likely we definitely are working on a futures bot because that's what you guys voted for. So let me share the results with you guys. I just hit share and let me actually take a screenshot of this so that all the rest of you guys can see it too. And also just make it a little easier. This is how the vote went down. We had 3 things to choose from. You guys overwhelmingly voted for the futures bot, which makes sense. It's what we were working on last week. And also, the results seem to be pretty damn good. I'm actually very interested in this. This will be our first big time futures bot that we're building. I've built some pretty simplistic ones before that just place trades. This will be our first futures spot that we're actually going through. So very cool. I'm very excited about this one as well. All right, and then Raymond, if you need help building a basic bot, definitely let me know. Maybe we could even jump on a call. I could show you some things, or you could join our community as well. We have lots of them. We have lots of examples. We have quite a bit more than just basic stuff. So yeah, if you need some help with that, let me know. We can jump into that. All right, cool. So the crowd has spoken. So let's jump into this. So let's bring this up here. Oh, one more that I didn't add to our list is we still have our sniper bot for crypto. That one actually I was working on with Phil a couple of days ago. We actually got it to work, by the way. Sorry, I forgot to add that to the list. I feel like the vote would still have gone the same direction anyways. But we were working on a sniper bot for crypto recently that trades on these DeFi exchanges. And we actually got a thing to work with Pump.Fun and finally start placing trades. So it was really, really cool. I think with a little bit of work, we can make quite a bit of money doing that kind of stuff. These meme coins and whatnot are really doing some pretty crazy things right now. So it's definitely a good time period to get into some of that small cap crypto trading. And if you guys are interested in seeing what happened, I basically made a new folder called Pump Fun inside the Solana Sniper GitHub, right? So it's gotten very messy, all this code. But if you guys are interested, it's in Pump Fun in Solana Sniper on GitHub, and you can basically see what we've been up to there as we actually got the thing to work. Okay, cool. So let's talk about the futures bot. I'm going to get this loaded up here. Go futures. Where is that? Futures trading. All right. This is kind of where we left off. We have a bot that we're trading for ES. We downloaded the data. Actually downloaded some new data. I think, who was it? Was it Tim that we've been talking over Discord?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Awesome. So great. So we got the vote that they were hoping for. So thank you, by the way, for doing the download script, Tim, because now we can actually get this full amount of data. Because before we're only doing it for like a month. Now we can go back quite a bit further. Right, so we got tons of data here. We haven't set it up yet to, which I think is kind of the right thing to do, is to load the data for all the different time frames, and then essentially the bot would switch from one future to the next one. So effectively creating like
yes,
like
essentially a backtesting exchange, right? Or backtesting broker.
I guess so. So essentially, what it would do is it basically this would be both for live and for back testing, but basically it should change contracts when it gets close to expiration, right? So kind of like what we're discussing, you were actually talking about this, that there's a live contract at any given time, right? We haven't implemented that switching into the bot yet. I think we can get to that maybe later today or even another time. I don't think that's the most important thing to do right now. I think it's more important for us to figure out how can we actually make this profitable, right? That's at least what I'm thinking is the most important thing as of right now, right? There's a couple ideas around that. So we built out essentially this thing where we get signals. We're using MACD and moving averages and a few things like that to day trade the ES futures. However, I don't remember what the results were. I don't think we got anything too crazy as far as I remember. I think it was pretty. I actually don't remember what the results were at all. I don't know if it made money or lost money. I don't remember. This is going to take 13 minutes to back test. Yeah. So either way, trading based off these indicators, I mean, we can use that. We could try to find some different indicators. One thing that I thought would be very interesting to try if you guys are up for it is to use Time GPT. I don't know if you guys have heard of this yet. Not Tim GPT, Time GPT. I don't know how that got higher. Oh, I guess because I wrote that. Okay. Time GPT. So essentially it's using kind of like what ChatGPT uses, like a general, what is it called? Something transformer, right? Forget what GPT actually stands for, but essentially it's a really good way of predicting things. Like the reason why ChatGPT works so well is because it can predict what word is going to come next. But you could also potentially use this for data as well. So that's kind of what Time GPT is. It's instead of predicting words, it's trying to predict essentially data, right? Like what's going to happen next in data, right? So I think that would be a pretty interesting thing to try out. I think last time we also added in something like a martingale. So I think that would be interesting to see if that's working properly and actually doing what it's supposed to do. Because if you martingale things properly, you can get some pretty interesting results. You get quite a nice stable graph, assuming you have a win rate that makes sense. So yes, that's kind of where we're at right now. So we'll see when this thing finishes backtesting, but let me throw the question back to you guys. You know, what would you like to see? What are you interested in seeing happen with this bot?
Yeah. Hey Rob, I was talking to Alicia a few days ago, and one of the things I wanted to see, I didn't get the opportunity to see it last week. I wanted to see a little more of the process opposed to the results. Meaning, like, I want to see basically it doing the bot working for us, placing a trade, like placing a stop loss TP, entering the trade. Not saying I'm looking for so much of the profit, but at least see it go through enough of the process. Whereas though, even if I don't see the final result, because it might, take a minute, I would just like to see the process of the bot doing
our job as a human, as if a human was a trade. That makes sense.
Yeah, that I think that makes sense to me. So to me, what that sounds like is you want to see basically what trades it's doing and how it's actually like what decisions it's making for each trade. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Once we have this back test finished, we'll be able to actually take a look at what it's doing. Right now, it's not really making much money. It's actually lost quite a bit of money in its current state, which makes sense. I mean, we didn't really work on the logic too much. We kind of just got the thing to be operational. So once this thing is finished, we can actually take a look at the trades and see what the trades are doing and then see if it's making the right decisions. We could do that. I think in general, we should spend the majority of today working on that right now because that's what's really going to be driving the results, right? Is like what trades is it placing? Is it placing the right trades? How is it doing this? I think we should really deep dive into that. So I definitely agree with that. And once this is done, we can start getting into that process.
Okay.
Okay. Worth says Captain back test. It's in the Google Drive. Yeah, I remember we talked about this. So let me pull up. So we made, for those of you that have been around Lumi Wealth for a while, you'll know that a couple months ago, we made something called Captain Backtest. It's actually one that Worth brought up. And basically it was, remind me again what exactly Captain Backtest did, Worth? I don't know if you're able to speak or not.
Yeah, Rob, it's a breakout strategy.
Okay.
It buys the morning breakout if it breaks out of a certain morning range.
Okay.
Oh, shit. So it had a pretty good back test, but I think it could be improved on and it might be able to be switched to futures and work pretty well doing.
Yeah, I actually don't think this will be too hard to do.
I just somehow have two different epics.
Okay, so let me download this file right here. And I'll see if I can run that back test because it's basically just trading SPY. And that should be pretty easy to convert to, I don't know why that didn't show up. That should be pretty easy to convert to basically trading futures because all you have to do, it's already trading SPY. Now it's just slightly different. So let me download this. This type could be dangerous. Download anyway. Okay, there it is. And I'll run it back. I'll get this thing functional and we can run a back test with this one too. This is not letting me do this. Okay. There we go. I'll go Captain back test. And then long short. I don't remember what the results on this was. Let's just see if this thing works. This is a while ago that we ran this thing, so let's see if it needs any modifications. Credentials, which does not exist. Okay, so we can get rid of that. We don't need this at all anymore. Actually, wait, we need that, but not this. From, actually, we don't even need this at all. Don't need that at all. Yeah, I've made a lot of upgrades to LumiBot since this. And then we don't need this. Okay. Now let's try again. Yeah, I don't remember what the results of this were. Did we get good results when we, oh, I guess you're rejoining. Please set Polygon API key. Let me see if I have that set. Yeah, Polygon API key. get go. Let's see if this works. Okay, there we go. This, I'm gonna find this. We had the same issue when you were doing this. Worth. I'm gonna upgrade this to min instead of T. Let's see how this thing performed. Okay. The futures one here, still back testing. I think we need to shorten our time period, as we're doing a fairly long time period, and it's going to be kind of hard for us to improve on this thing if it's such a short time period. So let's shorten this to just the month of November. Yeah, for some reason it stopped moving, so I don't know what happened with it. Something might have happened to this bot. Oh, there we go. Start trading again. Okay, cool. It did lose quite a bit of money though, so this is definitely something we can improve the logic quite a bit. This Captain back test is still running. Okay, so while these two are running, anything else that you guys want to take a look at that we can improve, or how would you want to approach this bot? I think the time GPT is pretty interesting personally. Let that go, time GPT. I think this would be an interesting approach. I think we can, if this thing is losing this much money, I think that there's oh, now it's coming back. Now it's trying to make a bunch of cash. It's had a big drawdown. Now it's trying to made a lot of money very quickly. Okay. Here's Captain back test. This is the result of Captain back test. Not really making much money, or actually lost money. So what gets you interested in this one, Worth?
I guess I just found that it was profitable over certain shorter time periods, but I guess it doesn't work great when there's other market conditions present. So I'm not really sure how to filter those out.
Yeah. I mean, this is it made some pretty big gains here. Like these are good gains, right? But in general, it was trending downwards. I don't remember exactly what Captain back test did. You see here, I was looking at position side long. The price is above the profit price. Check if the position is a put. Check it was 5 minutes before the market closed, and we sell everything. And look through each symbol, get the historical prices. Then we're looking at ranges, and we're seeing if it hits some sort of range. Highest high after range, highest high in range.
I do not believe I act without the old email and password for the account.
Yeah, I think we were looking for a breakout of like the first 15-minute range or something like that, and then a retest
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah, I remember.
So maybe the stop needs to be tighter.
Okay. All right. Well, while the other one is finishing up, what should we change about this then? Here are our parameters. Stop loss percent is that. Take profit percent is that. options. So it's trading options apparently.
Yeah. Maybe we should take. Let's see. What if we change the stop loss to 1% instead of 0.5%?
Okay. Let's do that. So tighter stop loss. I'm going to rerun this thing. Let's see if that makes any difference in the back test. So essentially, this is kind of what it looks like. Ray, you're saying you want to see how the thing was actually trading. Here's one. Here's how this one is trading. So essentially, we have SPY. This is the value of SPY. And then it placed the trade here. Zoom in. Right, is at 10 a.m. It bought SPY call options. Right, we can see why it did that. Here's our indicators. Right, so entry long, entry stop loss, and take profit. So here's kind of what it looked like at the beginning. We have entry and then a stop loss, So I actually feel like maybe a stop loss is too tight. It keeps getting hit very often, the stop loss. So maybe we should go the opposite direction, actually, to improve this.
Yeah, that was my thought too. I think that's what we actually did. So.
Right. Yeah, because we made it. Yeah, because the stop loss is very tight. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So it's 1%. I'd even maybe go higher. Maybe we could try 2%. Let's see if that does the trick.
And, do you have a bar chart?
Do we have a bar chart?
Yeah,
What do you mean by that?
a chart with bars. Well, candles. I'm sorry, candles.
Oh, like a candlestick chart?
Candlestick chart.
We do not. We could definitely create one. That would take some effort. I don't think that's the thing that we can do on this call. But we definitely create like a candlestick chart if we wanted to. What I've actually been thinking to do is to just link everything up to TradingView and just have all of our back test results just go directly to TradingView. I feel like that would make things a lot easier. Here's a different result. So this is our original result.
Okay. I have a quick question, John, real quick. Might be able to fix this in a trick. How do I tell on my...
I apologize.
What?
I may have to play with the numbers a bit on this one, see what I can come up with.
Is what I'm trying to figure out. So I haven't bought
The take profit and the stop loss percentages might be not optimized.
I can do
But
Yeah.
jump my...
I can work on it and get back to you guys like next week.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think you got this working on your computer, right?
The new account email off of mine.
Yeah.
So
Okay, all right.
that way.
So yes, let me know if you
Yeah.
can figure out how to get it. Because yeah, if you could figure out some set of parameters that actually works well,
I'm trying to figure
switching
out
this
how
thing
I...
to trade
how I
futures is
figure
quite
out
easy.
what I have.
Okay, awesome.
All right. Thanks for taking a look.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so we got that there, right? We're still running this thing, which lost quite a bit of money, but we'll take a look at that in a bit. I think we should probably add in some indicators. Let's do that. So Captain backtest. Generate signals with volume. So we'll go add line to the chart. So it should look something like this. Self.add line. Give it a name, SMA3. Trying to remember how this worked exactly. Calculate and then generate signals. So it should be in generate. This will be able to like actually watch how this thing works, how it's making those decisions. So we'll go add line. So name, value, color. You leave alone style. We'll leave all that. Okay. Add lines for visualization. Okay, so there you go. So we'll be able to see these going forward. We'll say long entry, short entry, exit signals, right? And then we'll add those, add markers, visualization, long entry, short entry, long exit. Actually, we'll go if add marker, and then add marker should have name and then value df.index, and then I don't know why we have that. Name, value, color, symbol. Okay, we're good. Okay, cool. So now we'll be able to visualize that. Oh, this thing's actually making some good money. Wow, look at that. Popped up. This thing is shot down a lot, but then took off a lot as well. So far, okay, now it really moves a lot. It's a lot of leverage in futures, huh? A lot of movement. It's back to profitable, so that's definitely a good thing. If you guys don't know what I'm looking at this number down here. We started off 100,000. It's now at 109,000 in our back test. Okay, so when we run this thing again, we'll get these additional lines and markers for visualization, so we can kind of see what's going on there.
Question, Rob.
Yep.
What was the time frame within that profit accumulation?
We'll see. We'll know better when this thing finishes. If I were to guess, so the whole back test was from I think 10/3 to 11/26. It was about a 2-month back test, and it was about the last 10% that it really started to take off. So I'd say closer to November 22nd, 23rd, 24th, probably something like that. I think probably the last week or so.
Mm-hmm.
When this back test finishes, we'll be able to see that. We had definitely made one heck of a comeback, because this thing went from 100K down to 10K and then popped right back up to 160 or something like that. So it's a pretty wild ride. So I think in general, this thing maybe is taking bets that are a bit too big, I would think. And the question is, how accurate are each of these things, right? Like, is it what's our hit rate? What's our win rate every time we actually place a trade, a buy or a sell? I'd be very interested to see how what's happening there. Okay, so we're almost finished. Okay, there you go. Futures hold to expiry. I don't know why we named it that. Let me rename this right now. Futures trading. Just so it doesn't confuse anyone. Futures trader trading. Call it that. So here's the back test of what happened. Definitely quite volatile, to say the least. So pretty crazy return numbers. It started off, did quite well, dropped a lot, and then shot up like crazy. But this is actually not too bad, according to this graph, which seems a bit strange because I feel like when we were watching it, it definitely moved a lot more than this. I guess this volatility matched. So it is actually trending up and to the right. That's pretty cool. If you're counting volatility, it's definitely taking on a lot of risk. And this is kind of what it looked like. And then we can take a look at the trades. Here are the trades. Let's get rid of cash because that's very jarring. This is where it started to make a ton of money, right? This is that stretch where it's like really getting to be quite profitable. And we can zoom in. Is there anything in particular that you want to look at here, Ray?
I'm really simple. I just want to see an entry, TP, and SL. That's it. Seeing the program doing a right entry, based on the market, based on the current state, based on the indicator or anything else that any confirmation for the entry, basically.
Okay. So I don't think we're setting take profits and stop losses at all, right? Maybe we should, right? Right now it looks like the way that we're getting in, if I remember this correctly, we have our entries, right? So we have a long entry, we have a short entry, and then we have a long exit and a short exit. And those are all just signals that we get, and we're getting in and out like that. So we're not taking profits. We're not doing take profits or stop losses at all. Maybe we should. That actually would make a lot of sense if we set up that sort of thing. We say, here's a signal to get in. When we get that entry signal, then we set a take profit and stop loss, and we wait until that position finishes. So maybe that's something that we actually should change here, right? Because right now it's just going based off of signals, an entry signal and an exit signal.
Yeah, because basically, I just want to see the bot doing my job. That's it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely. So you would do this as a take profit and stop loss is the way that you would set this up.
I mean, that's what any trade was set up. Before the entry, okay, you analyze it, the structure of the market. Of course, you get all your confirmations, whether it's the MACD, whether you have certain, whatever indicator, for confirmation. Once you have a full confirmation, you enter the trade. You definitely want your stop loss, your SL, just to prevent from digging yourself a hole. Low risk, big reward.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, so I don't know if I'd say any trader would do something like that. Like, I mean, we have a lot of algorithms and lots of things that trade things that don't use stop losses or take profits. So I think that's one way to trade. I do know that that's a pretty common way to trade futures, right? That much.
For futures and forex.
Yeah, that makes sense. So maybe we should change it to do something more like that, because the way that I'm reading this here, we're getting pretty big position sizes. We're not doing the martingale part of it. I thought we had set that up and we're not. So maybe we should readjust this thing to actually do that sort of thing, to do a take profit, stop loss. We see a signal. Okay, what do we think we're going to make? Have a take profit, stop loss, have a ratio between the two. If we win the trade, we take our profit. If we lose the trade, then we can double down. I think that would actually be a pretty interesting setup here. Would you agree?
Is that not already in the code?
I don't think we have that in the code currently. I don't think right now we're trading 10 every single time. It's always 10 contracts, right? Which should, if we're going to be doing like a martingale around this, that should be something that changes on a regular basis, right? And increases as losses come out. And then for the and we don't have take profits or stop losses set up. So we have neither of those things working right now.
Was that not in the parameters?
No, we do not have parameters for that. So why don't we set that up? Okay, so let's say take profit. Right, what would be a typical take profit that you use, Ray?
A typical take profit. It depends what we're getting into, the particular price. So, like I said, I can't. If it was a chart, like a regular chart up, I can be able to give you a better example. But it's difficult for me to read it through the program that I'm currently watching. But if you want to use your imagination, let's just say, for instance, it's a S, what do you call that? ES. I've seen different confirmations at a price of, let's just say, I didn't seen it bounce like, just say 6 times towards 60.58. It's a down market. And let's just say I'm gonna make my entry at let's just say 61, let's just say 6,100, right? And it goes up to 6,100. Once I see like a candle reversal as a part of my as a part of my confirmation, and I might get that indicator that says sell. I might got a lot of red bars on my MACD. All right. I put in my stop loss for like, let's say 61.30, and I put my TP for 60.58, whatever. Like I said before, 60.58. Entry TP 60.58. My stop loss is 6,100, and that's it.
Would you want to show that on a graph? Would you want to share your screen and kind of show a typical setup in like a trading view or something like that?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Sure, I can do that. Let me turn on my trading view. That's cool.
Yeah, go for
it. Let me turn my trading view.
Yeah, and the question I have specifically right now is like, would you take a profit? Would you do like a 2% profit, 3%? Like what magnitude, and how would you compare your take profit to your stop loss? Like what ratio between the two would you typically be using? Because I know those are kind of the two main things that people pay attention to. Is like, what is your ratio between your take profit and your stop loss? So take profit of 2%, stop loss of 1%, right? So you have a 2-to-1 ratio. Right. And then, how much can we expect this thing to move? We get some sort of a signal. I guess that's pretty closely tied to the signal too. But, how much would we be looking to take in terms of a profit? ChatGPT recommended 2%. I feel like that's a little high, I think.
It depends. I actually have it up now.
Okay.
Hold up, got it up now. All right, so I'm gonna switch it to what's that? Close ES. Let me go back to ES. All right, let's see. All right, all right, here we go. Okay, you full screen. Okay. All right, so I'm sharing the screen right now.
I'm not seeing your screen. Do you want to go ahead and do that?
Yep. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Can everyone see the screen?
Yep. And let me put this on here so that everyone on YouTube can see it too.
Got you. All right. All right. So basically, all right. Let me see. Let me take this MACD down just a little more. This is my MACD. All right. This is my MACD. Right now I'm on a 15. It's ES. I'm on a 15-minute time frame. I have my time frame. I like this indicator. I've been using it not too long, but I like it. It's pretty clean. Correlates with the indicators. And this right here is my UBOT indicators as well. So, and this is my double supply zone and my double demand zone. And what I normally do is, let's just say, for instance, I got a 15-minute time frame. Let me switch it up. Let's say 60, right? 60 minutes, boom. All right. So what I normally do is I will mark my chart, let's say a 15-minute in between the 60-minute, right? They're both bullish. All right. So we're gonna, of course, we're not gonna go against the trend. The trend is our friend. So we'll go back to the 15. Let me cut through the chase. All right. So now I see indicator. This is my sell. But it's a bullish. You know, it's 15 minutes of bullish. So I'm waiting for it to go into. Now, right now, I'm receiving a bearish. Right, the starter candle is bearish. But let me just cut through the chase for the example. So what I normally do is, let's say, for instance, I respect zones. So what I do is, because market respects structure, and part of that structure is your zone, your supply and demand zone. Just to be sure, I don't like to make too many trades in between. It's more solid when it's coming out the zone from supply or demand. It's more solid because it's more respected, it's more structured. However, let's say, for instance, this is where we at right here. This is 60. Man, wow. I said 60.58 earlier, right? Off the top of my head, right? So I said 6.58. But we're gonna go with, let's go with 60.51, right? So I'm seeing it bounce off 6.51 right here, right here, right here, right? I don't have to really go that far. However, it's coming out the zone. Let's just say I take an entries, it's coming out the zone. So I'm seeing it. Is this a bar reversal? I'm not sure. Okay, so it went back up to a buy. All right, you see the green outline on the. You see the green outline on the bar. Now it's going back up. Once it hit this bar, of course, once the bar hit the double zone, I'll get in. Once I get the, it's bullish, so of course I have to go for bullish. I really want to bearish. If I want to go 5 minutes, I go for a quick bearish, but it's 15 minutes. Let me go to the 5 real quick. All right, it's bullish. If I go with the, I basically want to see the bot do this. I set it for let me go back to the 15. I'm sorry for confusing everybody. Go back to the 15, just because I got a little more room for you to see. I basically want to see the bot take an entry. Let's say, for instance, just say for instance, this was a bearish market for 15, right? Even though it's bullish. Now, of course, if it cracks through this support right here, this supply right here, if it cracks through this, right? If I see, let's say, 1 or 2 bars for this 15 minute, and it's continuation for bullish, because it says it's going to be bullish for
the 15-minute, the 1 hour, and the 4 hour. All right. Basically set up my entry right here because right now it's breaking into new highs. Now, I don't see new highs. Not saying it won't. Not saying it won't. But however, say if I was to enter, let's say I would enter 60, 67, right? And hypothetically, let's say if the new high is 60, 68. My stop loss is under the candle, which is 60, 65. Matter of fact, let's just say 60, yeah, 665, right? That's my stop loss. You know, could you want to put your stop loss? Could you don't want to go in the hole? If you, enter and let it close on its own at, let's just say 60, 76, let it close on its own. Yeah, that's all I basically want to see it do. Just a simple entry, a simple entry by acknowledging the market structure, the indicators, and simple entry, and I take profit at the profit that we set the TP on. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
So when you place your order, so let's say if you're get in right now, right? Let's just assume everything's lining up and you want to get in right now. How would you set up your actual trade? Where would you put your take profit? Where would you put your stop loss?
Oh, of course, my stop loss right here would be, like I said, just say for instance, this is a bullish setup. It's a breakthrough actually for a new high. Let's say the new high is again 60, 76, right? Of course, I'm not actually, I don't trade actually on TradingView. I trade TradingView is my source. I trade on Top Step, right?
Okay.
However, I will go in again. I will set my stop loss at the bottom of the candle. Let's just say 665, right? My take profit is 60, 76, right? And it's like it's about to break through, but I'm not sure it's going to break through a new high. We only know that if it actually breaks through this line right here, right? Maybe a little right here for more confirmation. Once it breaks through, this will disappear and it keeps going up. But really simple. I would put my stop loss right here, 60, 65. Take profit at, just say 60, 76. And there you have it. You know, if it's a micro, that's about $1.25 a tick. A little more for your minis. So right now I have it on ES instead of MES. I have it on ES. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. Real simple. That's all I would, like to see it do. That's it. Real simple.
Okay. All right. So let me share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. That was awesome. That was very helpful. I don't trade futures, so this is kind of new to me, but I do get all the concepts. So it sounds like we're not doing it based off of percentages. You're doing it based off of dollar amounts, right? So say you would take profit. You do what, $5 on a take profit, something like that. The stop loss would be some smaller factor of that.
Nah. Well, more than five. Well, way more than $5. I didn't see why you said it because it's the minis, but those ticks add up so quick. It's like,
let's just say, I think 5 to 10 5 to 10 micros equal up to like one mini. It depends on the particular pair, right? So,
so in this case, we're trading ES.
Right. And with futures, well, at least with Top Step, when it comes to the crypto market, they and what's that? Bitcoin, they don't even have the mini version. They just have the micro version, just because the volatility, if you're not careful, you'll be zipped out quickly.
Yeah.
Out of your trade.
Yeah, there's some pretty crazy volatility there when we were running that back test. Okay, so what? $5, $10 on the ES? How much would you be doing a take profit for?
Oh no, that would be at least that would be at least a couple hundred or more.
A couple hundred. Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, it's real.
So let's say right now, ES is around 6,100. I think I saw on your computer, right? So if we're looking at a take profit of, you said a couple hundred, like $300, that's a pretty big move, isn't it? That's divided by 6,100. We're looking at
probably more than that, because
5%
you said I
move.
entered that when I say 665, I entered, and it's still going up, but it's not really breaking. So it's struggling right now. So the bulls, I'm looking at it right now. The bulls are struggling because it dropped back down. So the bulls are struggling in that supply zone. However, it's 665 to, let's just say, 676. Nah, that's a couple hundred or more. I can't think off the top of the head, but I could say at least a couple hundred or more. And what I do is, like, say, for instance, say if you hit your stop loss, right? My stop loss, I had 665. I made one little mistake. My entry is 665, but my stop loss, let's say my stop loss is 660. Right? Let's say it's 660, right? Or a little less than that. I go with 661, whatever, right? Once it's in profit, right, I trail my stop loss into my profit. That way, in case of volatility or anything that happens before I close, it'll run right into my profit. That way, I either have little profit, but no losses. If that makes sense.
So, okay, so it's at 6,100, right?
Right.
Where would you put your take profit?
All right, so if it's at 6,100, let me scroll up.
Yeah.
That's pretty far now. Hold up. It's not even going past 667 right now. So, all right, so you said if I look at my or entry.
Yeah, so let's say we're entering at 6,100, right?
All right, so we at 6,100. Yeah. My take profit, I will put it at, let's just say 61. Just say 6120. 6120 is bullish. So 6120, and my stop loss, let's just say 6090, between 6093 and 6095.
Okay, that's a pretty big ratio. So like $20 versus 5 is what it sounds like. Your take profit,
right? Because you know what, that's a good ratio, because being that in Top Step, and let's say you got a 100K account, 3,000 to draw down. So normally people do is they would use 104,000, depending. Sometimes 204,000, depending on the pair, depending on the time of the market. Okay. Right? No more than that. No more than that. Just to be on the safe side, because you want to live to trade another time.
Okay.
And so
keeping it tight in each situation. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. So $20 on 6,100. So we're talking about 1/3% move on the underlying.
Something like that.
Okay, that sounds pretty reasonable to me. That's also
right.
a pretty big move. Like if we're, yeah, I mean that's a pretty big move on a day, right? Like I mean a big move on the S&P 500 would be like over 1%, right? But that's for the entire day, the entire trading day. So if we're talking about 1/3%, that's, it could take us 10, 15, couple hours even to hit that, on either end.
You know what? Not to cut you off, on ES possibly, because ES is a very patient market.
Yeah.
Something I had to learn and master, patience, right? If we're talking like NQ, which is the future of NAS, that's something different. NAS is so volatile. Last week, I tried to close at 1,000 and some change.
it was so volatile when I closed. It closed at $43. That's how volatile it was at the moment.
Yeah.
Plus, it was after the bell rung. So after the bell rings at 9:30 a.m., that's when you're entering more of the fast markets. And most of the time, at least half of the time, NAS, which is NQ or MMQ, whatever, it leads markets such as ES, which is SP5, of course, and YM, which is Dow Jones futures.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so we'll go trade quantity. So we'll go last trade quantity, trade quantity. Okay, cool. So we'll do something like this. So, okay, we get a buy signal, right?
Mhm.
It says to get a long entry. We get our positions, check if we already own it, right? If we already own it, then what are we doing in this case? If we are long already, has a position true. Check if we're short. If we are short, then exit the short position. So if we get the opposite signal, that's going to kick us out of the position, right? I guess it depends on what we want to set up here. So if we got the opposing signal, if we have a position, yeah, because we could play this in two ways, right? We can say it's only following the take profit stop loss, even if you get a signal to exit. Maybe we should be doing that, right? Like if we have, let's say you get a signal, get in, right? We'll get in, right? Set our take profit, set our stop loss, and then depending on what happens, right? Well, we might hit one of those, or we can get a signal that says the opposite, right? We said to go long, now we get a signal that says to go short. We should probably get out at that point as well, right? So we can exit based off of we're either taking a profit, stop loss, or we get a signal that's in the opposite direction, right? That's basically how we have this set up right now. Would you kind of look at it the same sort of way in the way that you trade?
A signal, basically send a signal to a board ship. But usually that signal to a board ship. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Usually that signal to a board ship.
Yeah.
Is basically that's what the stop loss is for. Like you got so you won't get stomped out. But if they have a premature, only thing I can see premature for that is
like your setup changes and says basically now get out. It's now you no longer have a signal saying to get in. But now you have a signal
going
saying
in reverse the direction. That's it.
right. Yeah.
That's because it depends on the volatility, depends on the time. Now that's like something that you want to use before it's too late. But again, that's basically what the stop loss is.
Right.
So
Right. That's usually what stop loss is for, but it is possible you get a reverse signal, right?
right.
Okay. All right. So we got our positions. We check. Do we have a check for long already? Right. If we are, then we have position. Okay. If we are short, quantity is less than that, then we exit and then we go long. So that's one thing we could do. And the other thing is now we check our stop loss and take profits. So let's set those up.
Hey, Robert, I think I found something we could work with here.
Sure. What's up?
I did a back test for a year-long back test on Captain Back Test when I used the Qs, and I used my code. I don't know if my code is the same as what was in Google Drive, but I sent you my code to your Discord, and I got really good. It's a smooth back test. It's nice profits. Maybe we could work with this code and see if we can do something with this.
Sure. Do you want to share the so that's the code? Actually, let me just run this code then. Let's see if I can get the same results as you. Well, cap 10 back test worth dot py. Okay. Let's see what you have. 005 stop loss and take profit 004 or 0. Okay.
I really wasn't expecting that good of a result, but it turned out to be pretty good on the.
Or just like, huh?
This one was trading the QQQ.
Okay. So let's try that. I'll grab your parameters and let's see if I can get the same result as you. Do you have a screenshot of your result?
Yeah, I posted it in the chat on Zoom.
Oh, on Zoom. Okay. So many chats.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a pretty damn good back test. That looks pretty interesting. And this is over a couple of months too.
Well, it's almost a year.
Yeah. That's interesting. Okay. All right.
Maybe if we converted this to futures somehow, maybe even better, or
Maybe.
at least we could trade it with a sub PDT account. A little easier on futures.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely get more leverage with futures. That's for sure. I mean, I don't know if you need more leverage getting results like that. You know, over 58% a year. That's pretty damn good already. I don't know if I would add more leverage to that. If this is just trading the QQQ, I mean, I would just do that. To be honest with you, if you're getting result, have you tried going back further in time? What happens when you do this in 2022, 2023? Have you tried that yet?
No, I only have 2 years of options.
Okay, so you at least go back by another year.
Yeah, I can run that.
Yeah.
I'll,
Right, because this
do that.
is trading options. I forgot about that. Yeah, yeah, because we already have leverage in it.
No,
Okay, so yeah, let's see how this does going back further. But yeah, this looks interesting. I mean, honestly, I would just trade it like this.
more energy on them.
I mean,
But you're
if
going to
if
run
get
into
results
problems
like
with
this-
PDT. You're going to run into problems with trading too often. If you don't have 25K.
And they're running a Black Friday deal.
This is trading that
So
often.
they're like,
Like, how often is this thing trading?
Maybe a couple times a week, but I mean, whenever it signals, it could be more than 3 times a week.
Okay.
there will be a
Yeah, I mean, sure, that can get around PDT. Yeah, I got a very different result than you. So your code, I don't know what you did different with your code. This is what I'm getting. It's basically going straight down. So there's something different in your code as well. I don't know what you changed.
Your code buys when his sells, you know?
Yeah, basically, it's basically the reverse, right? Yeah.
And they're
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Yeah, actually, where is this? Yeah, no, it's definitely something different. It's not even just the reverse. It's funny, but not actually what's happening. So yeah, Worth, whatever the heck you change your code, I guess we have the code here. Let me just run yours then.
Yeah, just use that instead.
Yeah. Because I moved the parameters over. But yeah, I mean, if you're getting results like this, I mean, I would just trade this. You know, like, I guess we could switch it for futures to avoid PDT. That definitely makes sense because you'll still get the leverage, but you won't have to. You could potentially get around the PD2 rules, right? And also, there are different things that you have to deal with.
Wouldn't futures end up with less leverage too, in this case?
It depends on how much leverage is being used. I don't know exactly how the options are traded. We made this thing so long ago. Like, I mean, I don't know what kind of leverage it's using. I mean, it's definitely an appealing graph. I mean, and part of me wants to just like run it in paper trading and see what happens. But first, I'd go back at least another year, or if not longer. If I could get this thing running here and replicate your results, I'm just going to go back 4 years, and back test it 4 years back, and see if we get the same results.
I didn't know that.
That would be wonderful if you have the options data.
Yeah. Maybe it's just a fluke in 2024, or maybe there's like something to it. Then let's go back further, see if it still gets the same result, and I could just run this thing in back testing. But I mean, I'm inclined to just run it as is. Like how well it's doing. Yeah.
You want to see that on the charts, or you want to see that on the as far as going back months or
Time period? Yeah, going back further in time, right?
how far you want to go?
I mean, we could start with 2 years. This is a 1 year back test, right? We start by going back 2 years, and then if that still does well, we go back 4 years. I have the data that can go back 4 years. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Let me see something. Hold on.
It looks like I'm getting a similar result. I mean, this is doing quite well. 203, 206. Okay. Well, based on what I'm seeing so far in this, I haven't actually done the let's clean this up a little bit. Gotten the back test back yet, but it seems like makes sense. So why don't we go back to, like, let's say 2022. Let's see if we get the same results. Yeah, there you go. I got the same result as you. Cool. Well, Worth, I don't know what the heck you changed with the code, but this definitely looks interesting. Very straight.
Yeah, I think so too.
You know, like, you got my attention. Let's go back a few extra years and see if that happens. So I'm going to go back to 2022 January and run the same thing. Let's see if we get similar results. So if this works going back, 2, 3, 4 years, then that sounds interesting to me. Okay, so I'll let that run. This is going to take 10 minutes, 11 minutes. So we'll let that run while I set up this other thing. That's cool. It seems like a good find, Worth. Let's see if it's persistent going back further. Okay, and while that's running, I'm going to set up take profits and stop losses here. So we create the order, we place the asset. I'm also setting it up so that we can change the quantity. So go trade quantity as opposed to just buying 10 every single time. This will be a thing that changes. And then we'll set this is exit. So why don't we make something called exit, def exit position. Get positions, check if we already have a position, check if we are long already. No, this is not the right stuff here, but kind of getting there. Okay, so we're long, so exit the long. And then for short, we exit the short. Okay, so we'll go here. We'll change this to be exit. Self dot exit position. Okay, I was cleaning things up a little bit here. Okay, now if we don't have the position, then create it. We'll make something that says create position. Enter position. Create the order. Submit the order. I'm just cleaning things up because I want this to be clean, so that way we can make stop losses and take profits really easy, and we can also see did we make money or not on each entry or exit. Because then we can ramp up these quantities and all that. We'll go self dot enter position. And we'll go self dot enter position. Buy enter position sell. Okay. All right. So now that that's quite simple, now when we exit, or I guess first when we enter, so we'll say enter price. Actually, we should go even better. We'll say what it's actually filled at. We'll go with def on filled order. Actually, no, let's not get that complicated right now. That's going to be a little bit too complicated. When we enter the position, record the entry price for the position, or a price. No, we need to get the price of the asset. And then we'll go self dot and then record the entry side at the time of entry. Entry price. Okay, sure. Okay, so now we enter a position. We'll know, okay, the price we entered in and then the side of what was entered. And then now when we exit, we want to now know so if positions exit position order, we'll do it like this. Order other side dot buy. If we are short, so exit. We'll do something like this. Entry exit. Okay, that's a sell. Sell. We'll actually flip it around. Yeah, so here's Captain Backtest going back a lot further. So it did very well in 2024. Oh, where'd that go? But not as well in other years. So this is what it looks like here. So it definitely had a really good 2024. That's what we're seeing here, the 158%. That's definitely really good. But the other years, not so much. It actually had a drawdown for quite a long time here. 418 drawdown days. That's quite a long time. It had a really good 2023 and had a really good 2024. So that's what it looks like. You see that, Worth?
I do. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I wonder if volatility was different. I wonder if we could apply the VIX to this and see if it shouldn't have been trading. Just off the cuff, throwing ideas out there.
Yeah. Well, either way, let me share this so that way you can kind of look into it.
Okay.
I'll put this on Discord. I'll share this with everyone on Discord. So it's in the live algo building sessions.
Oh, they'll need that in the future. I feel like you might.
All right, there you go. So yeah, so if you want to mess
What's
around with
the
that a little
spirit
bit,
do?
so it could be a lot of
Binary
things that are going here because there's a
Yeah.
bull market, right? So definitely, if you're going to be going long, there's a bear market that happened for a while. I mean, it's just eyeballing it. It looks like that does a lot better in a bull market, but that's not even always true because here the S&P was a bull market and it did not do well. Here's a bull market. It did do well. Here's a bear market. Actually did fairly well at this point in the bear market and then did not do very well afterwards. So I don't know. I'm not seeing any, immediate patterns that jump out at me. I don't know if you are. It's definitely, something that does better in long positions.
Yeah. And
Right there, Robert.
yeah, it's weird. I was going to say maybe it performs better in higher volatility, but that it doesn't look like that's necessarily so.
I don't know. I don't see any patterns jumping out at me immediately.
Yeah.
I don't, just judging based on this chart, I wouldn't know how to improve this thing. At least nothing's jumping out at me immediately. All right, we can look at the
So,
indicators.
a question is that bar supposed to be a zone where it says 0%?
No, that's just 0% on the graph. That's not any kind of zone or anything like that. That's just, to keep it as a reference. Like if it lost money, it would have gone below 0%. Is making money.
Is it mostly option traders on here or majority futures?
I think this is trading options, right?
No. I was asking, was it majority option traders on the call or futures?
On which call?
No, the call that we on, like, is it, as far as the group, is it
Oh,
majority? Yeah.
I mean, we have been building option strategies for quite some time. We definitely have been building a lot of them. We definitely have some pretty good options traders here. That's for sure. But that's, guys, feel free to speak up if that's not a question for me. But we have been building a lot of option strategies. Right, whether the group here trades more options or futures or whatnot, I'm not sure. I don't think we have a ton of futures traders that. Who here trades futures other than Ray? Actually, Tim, I know you trade futures too.
Rob, before we move on to like time GPT or something like that, would you mind running a 4-year back test on this just so I have more data to analyze?
Sure. Yeah. So 2020. Let's run it. See what happens. I think I still pay for one back. It's a little longer than 4 years. I think, right? Okay, there you go. All right, let's see how that works out. All right, okay. So we have enter, exit. I was trying to get this all set up. I'm trying to get things set up with this so that we can kind of just have everything ready to go and then we can start messing with it.
It looks like bar chart supports options data as well.
Nice. We get options data from Polygon. Like that's like built into Lumibot.
Sure.
It's well, it's the reason why I say that is because options data is actually like quite complicated. It's a lot more difficult than futures data, right? Because futures data, this whatever, this is a couple years of data already here, right? But if you're trading options, like you have, puts, calls, you could be either selling or buying. There's all the different strike prices. Like it's like way more data. And if you want to back test options without having it built into Lumibot, like you're gonna have a hard time, right? It's just so much data to have to put in that I'd recommend against it. So I would, bar chart it's great to have it. We don't have it linked to Lumibot. I would stick with something that's actually linked to Lumibot and do it that way, at least for options, because other than that, it's gonna be quite complicated.
Makes sense.
Right, enter position, exit position. Now, okay, so we enter, and there's an exit. Go first, quantity. There's the position. There we go. Quantity. And then, okay. So we have these different conditions here. We can get in exit, enter. When we enter, we record what price we got in at and the side that we entered in at. And then when we exit, we should get the price. So get the price of the asset and then record the exit price of the variables. No, we want to now figure out, did we make a profit? We'll go return the profit or loss. Okay. So we enter, we record our price. And then also actually we want to go set the entry price to none and set the entry side to none. So we wipe it actually afterwards, not before we calculate price. Then we return the profit. Okay, cool. So we enter, we record our price, what side we entered in on. When we exit, we now record, did we make a profit or not? And how much do we make a profit or loss of? All right. So now that we have that set up, now we can also set up our stop loss and take profits, because now we're actually recording this. So we can go, this we can call, we'll call it check entries or something like that. Def check entries. Check take profit. So get the price, if buy, if the entry price, yeah, okay, parameters take profit, right? Don't just return it, go exit position, and we'll go
I thought there.
okay, so I think that's all set up. So now we have, we check our entries, check our take profit, check our stop loss, our entries, generate signals. We should probably do this with all that. Okay, we don't need this. Okay, so I think this is all good to go here. All right, this is with a take profit and a stop loss. And then now when we exit and we lose money, we want to increase our thing. So if we made a profit, martingale growth factor, I'll set something like that. If we made a profit, reset, or this actually let's do this. If we made a loss, increase by the martingale growth factor. If we made a profit, reset the trade quantity. Okay. So I think this should be working now. Let me run this. Let's see if this actually does what it's supposed to do. And then we could turn off the martingale and we could just see, this is this thing working what it's supposed to do. Invalid value and parameter headline must be a float or int. So a date time. Where is that in the code?
Those darn AI hallucinations.
Yeah, exactly. They're getting better, though. I'll give them that. Okay, there we go. Let's see if this thing works. It's trending down for now. Let's actually shorten this time period. It's a very long time period. This back testing over. And I'm inclined to maybe take something that this would look like before. So maybe we should get like kind of a mix of like one of these time periods, one of these, like one where it did very well before, and then one where it didn't, and kind of go across both. So if we go 11.1, we go 11.8 to the end of it. So 11.8. This should be pretty short, but include these two different types of time periods. And we can expand out afterwards. Okay, so it's going to take 5 minutes to backtest while this thing's running. Do you guys want to take a quick break? Go stretch the legs, use a bathroom, whatever.
Sure.
And then, yeah, okay, cool. I'll see you guys in 5-10 minutes, all right? All right. Hey guys. So it looks like this thing blew up, which makes sense because it didn't. Actually, I guess there's no end to the martingale. That's actually kind of odd that it blew up. This is what it looks like. And the graph didn't actually load because it blew up. So it made pretty good money for a while, then lost, then came back. And then there's this big explosion here that happened. It's dropped all the way to negative 140,000 and started trending back up again. So the martingale part of it maybe is working, but clearly there needs to be some sort of improvement there. So let's take a look at these trades and see exactly how this thing did. So we'll go in. All right. So if we zoom in, you see it bought ES. We should have indicators for when it makes a profit or a loss. I actually don't see an indicator, so I don't know why I didn't produce an indicators graph. Maybe that's what the problem was. Invalid element received for the color property, none. Okay, so color should be optional. I don't know why the heck. Let me just fix this thing really quick here. Scatter, marker, DF, color. Yeah, I've actually seen this problem before, so I just want to fix this.
Does it not have a default value? Because it looks like that's.
Yeah, it does not. Or at least that's what it seems like. Yeah. So let's think about how to go about doing this. So we'll go add if color is not set it. I don't want it to be like just right. Like every marker and every indicator should have like a uniform color. I guess we'll set to black. Why don't we just do that? Because then it's going to be more complicated. We have to like pick one. They have to make sure they're all the same. Okay. All right, and that would have had that, and that's why it crashed. But regardless, we should add in profit or loss. If it made a profit or if it made a loss. Add a marker that we made a profit. No, made a loss. And then add a marker that we made a profit. Color red and color green. Okay. And then we should also log entries. So add a marker entry. Okay, there we go. And then we'll see the entries, we'll see the exits, we'll see if there's profit or loss. This will make it a lot easier to understand what's going on here. Because it is actually kind of strange that there was this big loss. Because if we're doing a martingale, I would expect this thing to just keep doubling up until And that's just something that stops it. There's not, as far as I know, there's nothing in our back testing system that would stop it from being able to keep doubling.
So you would expect it would drop at times, but then it would recover just as quickly as it dropped.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's
Or
why I'm a
maybe
little bit
even faster.
confused. Yeah, exactly. So it bought here. So it did double up quite a bit. It went 1, 2, 3, 32, 128, 256. It's quite a bit, right? And then it sold here 256. And then it stopped doubling up. But then why did it make a loss? That's actually kind of odd. Right? Because it bought 256 at a price of 59.41 and then sold at 59.20. Why would it do that and not double up again? That's pretty bizarre. Because if this is a loss, it should just doubled up again and it's kept going until it made a win.
If you back test just that smaller part, will it allow you to debug it better?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I like that idea. Okay, so why don't we go? This is November 20th. That's where it blew up. So let's go 20th to the rest of it. Let's just start from that date. I think that's fine. Yeah, it's a good idea. I like that idea. I like it when we have some good programmers in here. All right, okay, let's run that again. A minute, 30 seconds. Yeah, there you go. It just blew up, right? So you drop all the way down to 160. So maybe we should actually run this in debug mode to figure out what the heck happened there. Profit or loss.
You could set a breakpoint for that time when it starts to go crazy. And
yeah, I'm thinking about even going further than that.
A conditional breakpoint.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, last time I tried to do a conditional breakpoint, it didn't work for me. Okay, break when vars.
I use it all the time. It should work fine as long as unless you're doing concurrency, which I don't think you're doing multi-threading.
Well, LumiBot has multi-threading built into it, but I think this should.
Yeah, but I think the backtesting is just iterating every.
Yeah.
It's iterating through a loop essentially, so it should.
Yeah, I think you're right. I
Should
think it should be fine. Yeah, 256. Does this look right to you? If trade quantity is equal to 256? Just like an if statement, right? Let's see.
Yeah, I mean that.
Oh, one way to find out, right? So it's like this, right? It worked for me once.
Yep.
And
Yep.
Then, yeah.
That would be the way you do it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because it worked for me back in the day. I'm like, this is the best idea ever. And then I tried to do it again and it didn't work. And I was frustrated and I just kind of stopped doing it, basically. But okay, let's close these other ones here. But yeah, I really like the idea of conditional breakpoints because it just makes it so much easier to figure out what the heck's going on.
Well, if you programmed before they really had IDEs,
yeah,
it's a night and day difference.
Yep, and that is.
When I'm even just something like GitHub Copilot, I'm sure it's reduced your development time while you're doing these sort of sessions significantly.
Oh yeah, huge. Like Copilot's making me do the job of like multiple people. You know, like I feel like I've been able to double or triple myself. You know, using Copilot. Okay. Let's see here. So obviously it didn't do well, right? It blew up. Okay, here's a zoom in, right? We see exactly what's going on. And then when we, yeah, it says it took a profit. For some reason, it thinks it profited. Loss, loss, loss. So there's an entry. Long entry. Short exit. Sure. So let's get rid of these. Don't need these. Those are entries. Those are all the entries. Okay. So then those are losses. Loss, loss, loss. Let's get rid of these. And it's profit. Yeah, what the hell? Profit, and it's a negative number. What the hell are you talking about? I think it's doing it backwards. I think it's another AI hallucination. Because look at this. Or no, wait, or is the value that value of the account at the time? Okay, let's set the value to be the actual profit or loss as well.
It might just be using the wrong variable. When it's doing the calculation.
I mean, it looks correct to me. So the price.
Well, the price is the entry price, right?
Right.
So there's the entry price. There's the current price. If it's a buy, then that means the,
This looks right to me.
this is when it exits, so that the price now should be higher than it started.
Right. That's
So
for a
you should be,
buy,
yeah, so that
right?
looks right.
Yeah, and then the exit.
The
or
entry
sorry,
price is,
yeah, if it's a sell.
well,
Unless this is backwards. Maybe this is backwards. Exit position, because the exit position. Yeah, you know what? I think this is actually backwards. And the reason why is because of the reason why it's doing this. So hold on. I think I understand the problem here. Okay, so check take profit. If we're doing take profit, you put in a sell. So exit position is a sell when it was a buy before. Right? So that's the issue here. So this is actually flipped. So this actually should be sell, right? So sell means that we were previously long and are now selling, right? So that's why this is actually backwards. Okay, so let's run this again. And we have those conditional breakpoints, so we'll know a little bit better too. But I think that was exactly backwards.
so that side is because you're giving it a sell signal when you exit?
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
so which would be the opposite of whatever the current
right.
previous position was. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because this is exit, so we would have been long, and then we exit in a sell, right? And we would have been long, we exit in a, or we would have been short. Check if we are short, and to exit you go long. Okay, here's that point. Trade quantity. I guess things are quite different at this point because
I mean, if you're actually executing the orders with the futures, you don't really need to know the direction when you're exiting, because the direction would be driven from the entry, not the exit.
yeah. I mean, you could just say, are we net long or are we net short right now, and then
Yeah, so you'd have to store the entry direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm used to doing options
To make it a
because-
little bit more straightforward. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, because with
I
options,
mean, it's
you actually have
semantics.
to
As long
know
as you
what
get the
got
logic
into.
right
Yeah.
in the end, it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
Yeah. Futures are just so much simpler So I'm still thinking the like options route, because if you're doing the option, well, it's not.
It's so simple, it's hard.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Okay, but this is looking like it's doing well. Look at this. We're making a lot of money. Holy shit. This thing almost doubled in value. Wow. I mean, it's a little bit unrealistic how many times it's able to double, but damn, this thing's making a lot of money. In real life, we probably want to be trading like the MES instead. So ES, like you're just gonna need a really big account for this.
I think some people do all their charting on ES though, even if they're executing on MES because of the lower volume.
Okay.
Although I don't know if that's completely up to date.
Okay.
Historically, it was true, but
I mean, how does that work? Is the price of MES the same?
they are mirrored. But-
Okay. So it's the same price.
I think
just when you execute.
localized trades within MES could have it vary slightly from ES.
Oh, I'm sorry, not to cut in. I just came back. You talking about far like the difference between like a micro and a mini?
Yeah. So when you're looking at the price on a chart, is it the same price, MES and ES?
Hold on, let me go back just to make sure. I don't wanna hold up, let me go back. All right.
Well, that's a pretty ridiculous looking return. The hell does that even mean? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Switch over to scientific.
It. Let me. All right, here we go.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
So
holy shit,
ES right now, ES is 60.
So profitable that we can't, we have to limit the decimal places in its measurement.
right?
Right.
Exactly.
And look, it's the same thing.
Let's see if we go trading view.
I think it's more so a different lot size when you trade it.
Right.
But sometimes it can be a little different though. But I think it should be the same within futures. Sometimes the difference can become the difference comes in with real time data. Like I had to pay $7 extra a month on TradingView for real time data just so it can match with the Top Step joint. Even though the Top Step platform is made by TradingView. You know, so
Oh, it is? Really?
yeah. The Top Step, Top Step X, because that's their latest platform, a little more features and things of that nature.
Okay.
But right now I'm looking at MES 60, 6825. Go back to ES. ES is same thing. But a lot of times that real-time data makes a big difference because sometimes it can be slower. Your reference can be slower than the platform you're trading on and vice versa. So that can be it's minor, but it can become a big problem.
So
Yeah.
I think historically there was a lot more volume in mini versus micro.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
if you're using indicators that depend on volume levels, ES gave you better data,
Yeah, that makes sense.
more accurate because it's just higher numbers, so it gives you a more accurate reading. Although I don't know if that's still true. I know it was historically.
I mean,
like I said, just from my day-to-day experience, it's more about the timing. More about the timing. Because before I got to pay that extra $7,
it was times where, okay, the TradingView was ahead of the Top Step. So that's my way of cheating a little bit. But then it came a time I could wake up and the Top Step is ahead of the TradingView, which was the TradingView was my original reference. And that became a problem, and that led me to paying the extra $7 a month.
Now you're talking about Top Step funded trading, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because Top Step X is the platform. You can see it in the bottom. It says powered by TradingView.
Yeah, they use TradingView data for the chart, I think, or at
Yeah.
least for the drawing of the chart, anyways.
You can see, I don't. I just use the top step X just to like enter the trades, but I still use TradingView to like mark up my charts, indicators, and all that stuff. So, not saying Top Step doesn't have it, but I didn't see as many features, as it is on TradingView.
What the heck is wrong with their website? Can't seem to scroll up on their website. That's weird.
Yeah, anybody can get an API to use TradingView charts.
Yeah, so that's
Now,
probably what it
how
is. It's
how
just
real time
powered
that
by-
data is a different consideration, but
The heck is wrong with their website? This is like really messed up. Well, who made this? Like, you see what's happening on my screen?
yes, I do.
I'm trying to scroll.
I'm about to say go to
What if it's
Earn
something to do with the live streaming?
Oh, it could be if you go up top and click on our program. I guess our program futures. No,
Futures trading. I'm not a big fan of their website. I'll tell you that much. Whoever coded this, there's definitely some sort of bug here. Top Step X.
see the difference?
Yeah.
I mean, it's more similar to what do you call it? Top Step. TradingView.
Yeah, I mean, they could just be using their charts. Like, I think Tim might be right. I'd actually find
Actually, if you want, Rob, right now, let me see if you're still on. It's a Top Step trader on right now live. Slow markets. It says Top Step TV live slow markets with Coach Dakota. He has a chart up. He's running everything with NKDZ. NKD. I don't even know what that pair is. I don't trade it, but he has a live right now. He has a live trade on right now, and it'd be great if. Matter of fact, let me put it. I'm gonna put the link right now in the group chat.
Yeah, put in the chat. I mean, it'll be interesting to see.
I want you to see. I want you to see this. Hold it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, because again, I
Scroll
don't
back.
trade futures, so like this is there's a bit of a learning curve involved in that.
All right. Here we go.
They seem pretty
boom.
straightforward, but
Boom. Here we go. I just put the link in the chat.
Yep, I saw it.
For Project X.
Sorry, what was that?
No, that wasn't me. That was somebody else. It might have been. I don't know if it was Tim or.
Yeah, in the bottom of the video, it says powered by Project X. I said whatever Project X is.
Where does it say that?
Project X.
Says at the very bottom of the video, it says licensed to Top Step and powered by Project X, copyright 2024.
Oh, I see. Yeah, right here.
Oh.
No idea what project is.
It certainly looks similar to the TradingView interface.
Yeah, they're definitely using TradingView charts. That's 100%.
And plus, his chart looks slightly different because it's the house account. He's trading on a house account,
Okay.
possibly.
What is a house account?
House account is like the account, like it's like a group account for like the people that work for Top Step.
Okay, so not a funded trader, but like an employee of Top Step.
Oh no. He's both. He's definitely both. He's definitely both. He's a funded trader, and they run through accounts. So they run through accounts like underwear, honestly.
Yeah, what do you mean by that? Like they blow them up very often, or like?
Oh, let me tell you something. This guy right here, he's a great trader, right? But sometimes he moves too fast for himself. And so the whole system is you get a combine, right? The combine, let's just say it's a 100K combine, right?
Once you pass that combine, you get the trading, the funded account, which is called an XFA, Express Funded Account, right? And he runs through those. He runs through them. You know, he might blow one, but for the most part, he's a very profitable trader. Look, he's on a 1 minute. Like, he don't skip a beat. He's on a 1 minute. I don't even trade this. I don't know what pair that is, but he's known for, like, let's just say NASDAQ, Little Gold, and you don't see him in ES. ES, I guess, is too slow for him.
I mean, that doesn't look like a live chart. That looks like he's looking at historical.
No. Well, at
Because
the
I don't
moment,
see the candle growing.
No, he's probably going no. He might be going back. But if you look up top, we see the red and the green. He's in a trade right now. He's just probably going through. See that NQ? He might be in the NQ right now.
Yeah,
But the one that but the chart that you saw previously, yeah, that could be something for a possible review or whatever. But it shows right there, he's in a live trade. You see that red box up top and the green box? The red box, he is
I see
P&L.
it. It's directly above the chart to the left.
Right.
I see it. I know what you're talking about. Yep.
So that's his P&L, and the green is his current profit that he hasn't closed yet.
So the thing that's cut off here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna show it. Yeah, because anytime the chart is live, you will see the bars in the chart. You see, so that's how I know he's not actually on the chart that he's trading. So he has a trade going on right now that's running. But right now he's doing see right there? Now, that's in between your profit and your stop loss. So he's trying to move a stop loss up, or he's moving it down.
I'll make sure they're back. He's got almost 1,400 people watching. Wow. Making me jealous. We got 3 watching ours. Okay. Interesting. All right. So we got this going here. This seems to actually be doing pretty well with the martingale. Like, now that the martingale is fixed, it seems to be heading.
Live trading tends to attract a different following.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
There's also, we don't really know how many of those are actual real people.
Oh no, it's real. Oh, it's
No.
real.
I'm referring to the people who are watching.
Yeah.
You don't really know.
Could be bots.
Oh no. Well, Top Step. I'm gonna be honest. Top Step is a pretty large community of traders. I even
No. I believe it. I'm
definitely
just
are.
saying that there's no way to know whether, I could have said to my 5 friends, oh, hey, get on watch my live stream.
Gotcha.
And some of them might be plants. You don't know. There's no way to know.
Yeah. Oh no, you have a lot of that nowadays. As far as like a bot could be a watcher. Yeah, plenty actually.
Yeah, I'm sure there are, even just to like get data or whatever, Yeah. This is looking pretty good. I mean, I'm starting to like this algorithm more and more. This is definitely quite one help. I mean, this is what, a month? It's up more than double. I think in real life, though, I think if we actually trade in real life, like, when are we going to hit like our margin constraints? Like, I think trading the MES would make a hell of a lot more sense on this rather than the ES. But considering they're the same thing, I mean, I'd go.
You're not monitoring the total amount that you're pulling out, are you? Like, you're not limiting yourself to a percentage of your pot, right?
No. No. So
Right
some
now
of the
it's
stuff
just,
that's happening might be unrealistic.
it's just trading one contract or a multiple of that based depending on the martingale.
Right, exactly. So it might get to a point where it's trading like this huge sum of money that a regular broker might deny. Right? We're not checking for that
Or
right now.
trading even negative. In other words,
Right.
trading when it doesn't have any money.
Right, exactly. Yes. That is definitely a possibility here. But let me switch this over to MES, because I mean I would like to actually run this thing live. Maybe we should try actually trading this thing, see if we could actually pull that off. Because we have it back testing. The back test seems to work pretty well. Why don't we see this thing actually trading?
Do you have any, I think, maybe I'm wrong, but did you have any sort of estimated fee costing or broker costing in it?
There is
Probably not in this one.
Usually, no, in here we don't have any fees, that's actually unusual. We usually have fees. Let's add that in, because you're right. We should have some sort of estimate. What are the trading fees on futures, by the way? How much do they charge? Like, how would this work?
I think it depends on the platform, but I'm gonna be honest. Here's a trick. Sometimes you get more of a deduction out of trading the micros than the minis. Meaning because, all right, I might need just one mini for one trade, right? And I might need, let's just say, 5 micros for one. But because I have 5 micros, I'm actually getting a little more deduction back to the house than I would with one mini.
Yeah, so it's a fee per contract.
Right, exactly.
At Tradier, it's 75 cents per contract on micros and $1.50 per contract on minis.
That's on Tradier. What the heck happened here? Why is it we were up? I don't understand. Oh, it blew up at some point. Did it? No, it was up. What the hell? Why does the graph show that it's down? Something's not right here. It says total return is negative, but that's just not. That's not true. And here is. Let me pull this over. I don't know why it keeps loading that page.
Yeah, that's me. I'm sitting in my car. That's all.
Yeah, no problem. There it goes. Makes a little bit more sense. It ended to negative. What the hell is going on here?
Well, when you're
I'm confused about this graph.
let's see, the price, the calculations are based on the price, so it just shouldn't matter whether your portfolio is negative or not. The calculations should all be correct.
Yeah, and like I'm looking here, and my portfolio value was up here, so 143, 147. Okay, that fell. It fell to negative 58,000.
There's that pause period where it sits there for like 3 days, almost does nothing.
Yeah.
I think I noticed that even when I ran an earlier version of it. I don't know why.
It's probably the indicator. Probably nothing was exciting happening with the indicator. Okay, this actually makes more sense. Looking at this graph makes more sense. But then I'm still a bit confused as to why. I guess this ends at 0. But when we were running it, I had 248,000 as portfolio value. We all watched that. It was.
But that was before the error got generated.
Yeah, there's some sort of problem here. Invalid value.
Is the error causing it to stop trading properly too?
Maybe. Yeah, look at that actually. A big blank here. What the heck happened? It's a 0 and then nothing afterwards. Then here, there's something weird going on with these futures. So, like I said, we haven't really done a lot of future stuff, so I have a feeling that there's some bug involved here somewhere. That's what I think is going on.
Contract expired. It didn't switch over.
Sorry, what was that?
Maybe the monthly contract expired.
Oh,
Well, in this
that
case, the
would make
contract goes all the way to the end because this is a contract that's still in progress.
Okay.
The contract doesn't end till December 15th, I think.
sense. Okay, that was a good guess. What the heck is going on here, Martin? No, this is. Yeah, it's doing something funky when it comes to doing the calculations at the end. Because I don't know what to trust. I don't know if we should trust this value or this one. But there's a bunch of errors that happen here, so I'm guessing this is probably the problem. Invalid value encountered and accumulate. Like I think it just generated the graphs incorrectly. Value is trying to be sent a copy of a slice. So let me fix these errors here. First of all, the markers. ChatGPT. Let's fix this first.
What's drawing that line? Is that your marker or was that already there? So was that a built-in feature of LumiBot?
Yes, LumiBot has a feature built in. Yes, that's drawing all these. Like, do you mean these things?
The purple line? No, that
Purple line,
futures
yeah.
trading strategy. So that's
built in.
That's
Yeah.
pricing logic that's built into LumiBot.
Yes, correct. Here you can see positions. There's like this big negative position, which makes sense because it is taking on like quite a bit of margin, which is
Well, it could make sense, but you'd have to actually check it
yeah,
to see if that actually does make sense.
yeah, you're right.
Because with the reversing directions, I don't know how it's handling the logic behind that.
You mean in our strategy code?
Mm-hmm. Not in the strategy code, in the LumiBot code where it's drawing the strategy. That stuff is built in.
Yeah.
Because the calculation of the total value of your strategy is going to be different depending on whether you're in a long or a short trade.
Right.
So I did this, I think a year ago, I was trying to do this, and I did run into some issues
Oh yeah.
like that. And I think I wrote my own code to calculate what the profit was going to be at the time. And I think you guys have done a lot of changes. Back then, there was almost no futures support.
Yeah, we added in future support, but it's still like we haven't really tested it that much. So there could be some sort of bug, right? It would not surprise me at all if there's some sort of bug in the way that it's
Because I mean,
displaying
if
stuff.
you're not doing futures that the buy and sell actually indicate whether you're, they're not directions. It's indicating whether you're literally buying along or selling along.
Right.
And so the math for that is very straightforward. But when you're reversing directions and then buying in order to sell a short contract, then the math is more complicated.
I mean, I still think it shouldn't be that big of a problem.
No, I mean, the net, once everything is, I don't know. I do recall running into some weird issues and I wasn't sure what was going on.
Yeah.
And so I actually used indicators to plot the overall value of my strategy as opposed to using the built-in.
Okay, so let me try that. That's actually not a bad idea. So why don't we just go, I'll make an indicator that just plots the value of the portfolio. Is that what you mean? So
Yep.
Get the portfolio value and then add a line for visualization. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I think there's some weird calculation going on when it's drawing these graphs because the whole time it had a different value there. And then when it draws a graph, it's completely different. Like, what the hell is going on? There's some sort of bug somewhere in the graphing mechanism, I think. But I think that's very smart to do that. Okay, let's run this again. I just want to see the exact.
It could help you pinpoint where that bug is because because you're still using the built-in tracking of the portfolio value,
right? Exactly.
But you're bypassing the code that's writing the line.
Right. Exactly. So the question is it going to be in the? Yeah, this started off quite low, blew up pretty fast. I feel like that's different than when we first started. Maybe it's because I added in the trading fees.
Could be.
Yeah, which I don't know if is correct either because I put in what is the trading fee? I'm assuming a 0.1% fee. Let's say if we were trading on Interactive Brokers. Actually, Interactive Brokers, futures, trading fees, USA, commissions on futures. Right, so it's based on monthly volume. 85 cents a contract. MES, MNQ. Bitcoin futures. Wow, $5 a contract. That's expensive.
Crypto is I think it's very expensive.
That's insane. Wow. You probably make a lot of money trading Bitcoin futures, though. Just the amount of volatility that's in it is like wild.
Well, the difference too is that this is a futures broker, right? So these are fixed contracts. When you go to like an exchange, you're not. There is a minimum amount that you can buy Bitcoin in a futures like a crypto futures, but it's much smaller than what you can buy here, and the calculation is different.
Right. Yeah.
As far as fees.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Whereas this is like a fixed amount of Bitcoin futures that you can buy. That's the $5 for that fixed amount.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there you go. Flip from being super negative to being very positive. It's wild the amount of leverage they can get in futures. Just how much it moves is crazy.
Yeah, and I don't know how much the local volume of futures trading affects the futures price compared to the underlying asset. I do think that futures are more volatile than the underlying assets are themselves.
Yeah. So SPX might not move as much as actual future price moves.
Well, yeah, because I think the local buying and selling does actually alter the price. in
That would make
futures.
sense. Let's see. Why is this? Can you go away, please? Yeah, so let's say ES, and then we can compare it to. How do I add? SPX. You find I'll log in. Where is sign in? Okay, there's the ES, and then we have SPX. How do I let's do bars? Why is one in bars and the other one's not? Line, okay, style bars. Or style candles, actually. Yeah, I mean, they're not exactly identical. They're definitely a little bit different. It's kind of hard to see when they're both candles, actually. Let's go line and this one. Why the heck can't I? Okay, for some reason I can't make them both lines. Yeah, there's definitely some differences. I mean, they're obviously very correlated, but like here, there's a pretty big divergence.
If you look at the fourth icon from the top left, I think
Okay.
you can change the bars right there
Oh, there you go. Okay,
to line.
perfect. Yeah, they're not exactly correlated. They're close. They're very close.
Yeah, well, I think they're grounded periodically. I don't know how frequently the futures price gets updated to match the current underlying asset price.
Well, I mean, it's arbitrage is going to be driving the majority of this, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
But I'm surprised that it actually deviates this much. This is a pretty big deviation for such a large market. There's got to be a reason for it. Like, look at how far apart they are here. Here it's like identical. I would have expected them to.
The overall price movement is very similar, but
yeah,
for some reason the futures tends to go a little higher in some cases and a little lower in other cases.
yeah, it makes sense. Okay, interesting. I'm learning a lot about futures now, guys. These are good lessons here. Okay. Okay, so flat fee, percent fee. So I'm going to make a flat fee of, how much do we say? 25 cents a contract.
Is that the micro price?
Yes, it says MES, ES. And,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess they're all the micros.
that's micro.
Yeah, they're all the micros.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 25 cents a contract. Yeah, I'm just
yeah,
going to
where
assume that we're trading
it looks
less
like
than 1,000.
a mini was 85, I think, if you scroll down. You're the other direction, I think.
Oh, okay. This just doesn't specify.
Yeah, I don't know what, it's just like the price when they don't list it.
Yeah. I'm assuming that means ES.
The default price.
Yeah, the default. Yeah.
Or does it get added to that 25 cents?
I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah. Fees offset exchange, overnight position fee. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's a mini futures there. So right there, the mini FX futures. that might be, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. So my history was with crypto futures, and then I've sort of transitioned to working with commodity futures.
FX is
micro,
4X.
It's a micro.
Oh yeah,
He
good
micro,
point.
it's a micro futures. That's all.
Micro FX futures, mini FX futures.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
same
that's
thing.
4X.
Yeah, because you got to figure like all these pairs on futures are just miniature versions of forex pairs. That's all. So instead of that's all it is.
Yeah, I mean,
So contracts on Tradier are about 2 or 3 times more expensive as they are on Interactive Brokers.
really. Tradier.
You can
futures
finish it off.
price
Oh God, it
increase.
won't hear you.
Futures micros 70. Wow, that's expensive. If you pay them $35 a month, it gets cheaper.
Yeah, you
All
get
right.
35 cents.
That's still not great. You know, micros here are 25 cents, and that's at the lowest tier. And that's by
Yeah, that's
default.
if you have
don't
a
to
monthly
pay them
volume
anything.
of less than 1,000,
Yeah,
less than or equal to 1,000 contracts.
yeah. And to be honest with you, we probably blow past that pretty quickly.
But so that's the tiered price. What is up with the fixed price? Is that
2.3 or 2 and 3. What is that? 2. Aside from commission, fees charged to clients by IBKR, including but not limited to those referenced on its website, are intended to cover costs of execution. Such fees generally reflect the exchange fee structure, but in certain circumstances may be higher or lower than fees charged by the exchange. They receive aggregate volume discounts. So do you add the two? So you do this, you do the tiered plus the fixed, maybe? So it's 25 plus 25, so 50.
or maybe there is an option, and maybe you pay a fee for for one versus the other. I don't know.
Yeah. And then fees to offset exchange. So I don't feel like this is the full picture. 25, I almost feel like it's 25 plus 25 plus whatever the heck this is.
Plus, we can charge whatever we want. That's
Yeah,
that's what the
So what is the fee? Like
the fine print
confusing.
says. The prices can vary significantly.
Yeah, what the hell? It's very confusing. Okay, all right. Well, 25 cents. I don't know. Maybe we'll assume 50. Let's just, I guess, flat fee of 50 per. I think flat fee is per share, or is it per trade? I don't remember how we set that up. Flat fee. You look into that. So trading fee. To do check if this is fee per share or for the entire trade. It should be per contract. I guess not per share, but contract. Okay, so we'll have to look into that. That should be pretty easy to check.
Which for the normal buy wouldn't matter. They would both be the same, but for when you're multiplying or doing multiple contracts like you are with the Martingale,
Mm-hmm.
then it would have an effect for sure.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, at least this kind of makes a little more sense. At least now it's not a good number, but at least it's consistent. I think the fees really mess with it. because we're getting in and out a lot. So trading fees really do add up quite quickly.
Yep, that's why when you get a platform where you can pay monthly to not have any fees, those are nice.
Yeah, isn't there a platform like that? What's
I
what's it
forget.
called again?
I know there is. Is it Ninja?
Trader futures cost. It's not the one I was thinking of, but let's see what.
Oh, I know. You guys use Tradier for options, right?
Yes, we do. Oh, professional.
Ninja traders for both actually. Ninja traders for.
No, I know Ninja Trader can be, but you guys use Tradier for Lumibot uses Tradier for options, right?
Yeah, we do.
I think they have a tier that if you pay for it, then you don't have options fees or something like that.
Yes, it's $10 a month.
Yeah,
which is fantastic. It's really
Yeah.
really good to have that.
I think there is something like that for futures. I just don't remember what broker has it.
Yeah. What was the name of that again? Someone brought this up to me. I think I know exactly what broker you're talking about. Okay, now
Trade-O-Vate?
Trade-O-Vate. Yes, that's what it was. Trade-O-Vate fees. Pricing page. Free monthly lifetime. So you pay them $1,500 and you get 9 cents for a micro. That's pretty damn good. Nano.
Yeah, so while it's not free, it's practically free.
Yeah, that's very low.
Do they have an API?
They do, but there's some limitations depending on whether you're doing this as a corporation versus an individual.
Yeah, because I had a client that wanted us to do this with Trade-O-Vate. We started working on API with them. But if you're a corporation, it's like $500 a month or something for data. It's pretty extreme, you know. But can you?
And I know a number of traders actually form their own LLC for tax purposes.
Yes.
Which I think puts them in that tricky category.
Yes, absolutely. I've been thinking about doing that actually with some of my capital. Just because it makes a lot more sense. Because if you're trading this often, like you get charged as regular income, like it's, you know, you could also expense things against it. You know what I mean? So it makes a lot more sense if you're dealing with, you know, a lot of trades or even any reasonable amount of capital, you know? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I can't remember if this guy had a corporation and that's why we're doing it, or if because you want to do an API that forced you to go into that new tier. I don't remember.
I think there was more restrictions when they were first doing their API. Now, as a retail trader, you don't have to pay that amount.
Okay.
But they may still require something like that for corporations.
Okay.
Because you don't have to pay for the big data package as a retail trader, especially in this case. If you're able to get the data from somewhere else, then you don't need to pay them for their data.
Yeah, but they wouldn't let us get around that. Like I remember speaking.
Well, I'm saying you can now.
Matter. Oh, now you can. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
That was one of the things they specifically said.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But even then, I think the cost of that data is a lot less than $500 a month for an individual retail trader.
Yeah, it should be. That's ridiculous. I was looking at them like, are you crazy? Like $500 a month is insane.
If I'm remembering right, I want to say it's closer to like $25 a month now. But they were saying you can avoid that. If you don't need to get the data, you don't need to pay for it.
That would make sense. By the way,
you can still use their platform, their API to execute trades, but if you don't need their data, you don't have to pay for it.
That makes sense. By the way, there's nano futures. Mini, micro,
Apparently.
nano. What What the hell?
What is smalls?
Yeah, what is that? I don't understand. Standard I get, micro I get.
But
Smalls?
standard mini? Is that
What? View all in
account requirements? I think these are account size, not contract size.
that would make more sense. Because that would actually be pretty cool if you could trade nanos, because then you could do martingales to be quite large, right? Like I would actually really like to trade the smallest possible thing, right? Because then you can just double up, you know, and you could go on for very long time periods.
Yeah,
right?
it gives you a lot more control of how much you're buying,
Right,
without having to have as much margin.
right, exactly. Like I would like to trade the smallest futures possible, right?
I think that's one of the things that attract people to like crypto futures, because I mean you're buying small fractions of a coin,
Yeah,
sometimes in the 6, 7, 8 decimal place,
yeah, yeah. That makes sense.
or even further.
Yeah,
But then they do, I think they do charge you a lot in fees for those though.
yeah. Crypto charges really high fees in general. You know.
I think some of it is a side effect of not being regulated.
Yeah. It's also just a
Although
new
regulation
market.
doesn't always provide a benefit either, so.
Yeah. I think it's just a new market, honestly. Like when crypto becomes more mature, I think you're going to start seeing fees come down.
It's hard too, because I think a lot of people don't really see what the value of the underlying asset is.
Yeah,
You know, even with trading commodity futures, you have an underlying asset that has a purpose.
hmm
Stocks, you could compare them a little bit more like crypto, because the underlying company might not be worth much of anything, but their share is actually worth a lot.
crypto meme
some
trading is
cases.
one of the weirdest things. Like it's basically just gambling, you know. Meme trading is just like purely gambling. I can't like. There's no actual value to these things. Like blatantly in your face, there's no value to them. But
Well,
yet
it's like
somehow,
penny
you know,
stocks, right?
no,
That's the
but penny
same.
stocks, at least there's a company behind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
Is making a profit. Something exists there. Like
You're
a-
talking about meme coins,
yeah,
right?
like a meme
So,
coin.
I mean,
Yeah,
they've done that with stocks too. That's what happened with GME, like with GameStop.
right. And it's very much diverged from the value of it. The
That's
underlying
not the new, that was a new thing that wasn't traded like that before.
Yeah. Okay, there's definitely a problem with the look at this. This chart's the opposite of this. November. There's definitely a bug in Louisbot. What the bug is, I don't know, but there's some sort of bug because this is
Yeah, when I did this before, I think I started manually trying to calculate what my portfolio value should be,
yeah.
you know, at each trade.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think when you're doing all longs, it made perfect sense. But when I started doing shorts, it was not coming out the way I expected it to.
Okay, that actually is very helpful. That we could try to figure out where that bug is based on that. Yeah, look, because here's in our trades chart. Here's in the indicators chart, and these are identical pretty much. And then this thing, what the hell is this? Where did this number come from?
Cumulative return versus benchmark. Yeah, how can you have a positive when it's severely negative on the strategy value?
Yeah, I don't understand what the heck's going on here.
But then the cumulative return it's not yet back to what it started out as.
Yeah.
But well, actually, though, you're in profit, right?
Yeah,
According
I mean,
to this cumulative return versus benchmark, you're like a 60%. Well, I don't know what that number means.
that's annualizing it. That's like, you know, it's a monthly, and then you go to.
I'm referring to
total
the
return.
the axes on the chart.
Yeah.
So if you look, that's what
Yeah, that's a total
60%, 60%,
Yeah, 65 right there.
Yeah,
So this
total
one.
return. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, which is the
So I don't know
opposite of
how
what
you
this
have
is saying.
65% total return, but then your strategy value is way negative.
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong here. Okay. All right, but at least these two match. That makes more sense. It's not in the direction that we want it to be in, but at least there's something there. And this one got cut off. So now we see what happened here. Went up a lot and then down. Okay, so question is now, why the heck, again, it's a martingale. This should not be falling ever like this. It should have like spikes down and keep going up. Like that's just.
Do you have a limit on the martingale right now, or is it just allowed to?
It's allowed to go wherever.
Increasing.
It can keep increasing till forever. So there's
Yeah.
clearly some sort of issue here. So
But yeah,
entry-
you like we said earlier, if you've got a martingale, you know, you'd expect big dips, but then you'd expect it to go back up
right,
just as fast.
right, exactly. So there's something strange going on here. Okay, so here we have losses, 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 and then gain, loss, loss. I mean, I guess we're doing market orders across the board. Maybe that's what the problem is. Maybe it's just a really fast moving market. Because when you have a lot of contracts, it can move against.
So you have a
pretty fast.
built-in slippage or time slippage.
Yeah. Essentially. Yeah, it's lost.
Because it's not price, well, I guess it would be price slippage. It would be slippage, right? The difference in the time between when you executed versus when it actually filled.
Yeah. So here is.
Because the underlying data is actually changing with time. So if you've got a built-in delay in Lumibot to try to simulate actual slippage, that could make sense. If that's the case, switching to limit orders would eliminate that issue.
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
I think I think we're seeing slippage here, or maybe something else is going on. Like this is okay. We enter. We make money, and then it falls back down. We exit and enter again.
It says entry.
No, I know that's an entry, but to have an entry, you have to have an exit first, right?
Sure.
So there's that loss. That's the exit.
It would be good to have a separate entry for long versus short too.
Yeah.
Right now you've got a separate X. So you've got long entry and then long exit. What's the two?
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's make that so entry.
Is the entry happening regardless of direction, and the entry long is only happening with longs?
No, there's a specific thing. We're just not putting that down here. So why don't we
It's just
say,
not explicit. Yeah.
yeah, it's just not showing that. So why don't we go entry and then side. Right, there you go.
Thank you, Copilot.
Yeah, exactly. Love it.
It came up with it before I thought about it right.
Yeah, exactly. And then let's maybe do color as well. We'll go color as we'll go blue if else red. Do you want blue and red? Blue and maybe orange or something.
What is this, Halo?
Just picking some sort of colors. Okay, so
I could have gone the politics route too, but I stayed away from that.
yeah. I've had enough of the politics for a while. Let's move on with life.
At some point, it's just all loss.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Whatever. I like my crypto portfolio. I'm happy about that.
Yeah. Geinsler needs to go. I think that's how his name is pronounced, right?
Okay, so we have that. So yeah, I'm kind of confused as to this is a loss. This is like, why the hell is this such a big freaking loss? It says loss 6.5. We must have owned like a crap load of contracts. So I guess the other thing too is we should also say detailed text quantity, right? Right, because we're not currently showing that, so it's kind of hard to see on the graph. Right, we can see the quantity of what's happening.
Didn't it show the arrows for the directions, or was that the other chart?
We could do that here too. That is the other chart for buy and sell.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, yeah.
We can also do that. I mean, we can go.
It would make it easier to see for sure.
Yeah, let's do that then. So let's go. What is this called? Symbol equals triangle up. Perfect. Triangle down.
And that would be the entry, right?
Yeah, that's for the entry. Entry is up.
So the exit, it doesn't, we don't care. Well, we don't care that much.
Still would be nice to have different symbols, I guess.
Just gets trickier because
Yeah, then they all overlap and yeah.
You could have one a full arrow and the other way, yeah, or just an X, and based on the color, it determines.
Yeah. What the heck is this? So this is maybe the reason why invalid value encountered in scalar power. This is why we're having that really weird graph. Why the graphs don't add up, I think. Something to do with this, I think. Actually, no, that doesn't make any sense. It's Kaggle. Okay. Either way, let me rerun this. This way we'll have a little bit more stuff. And then you guys down, take a quick break. And take a few minutes for this thing to run anyways. Okay, cool. Be right back.
When do you normally have these sessions go till?
Oh, sorry. I was about to walk away. Normally we'd go until like 11.
Okay.
Are you on East Coast time or?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like 11 p.m. usually. You know, sometimes we'll go a bit longer, but this kind of depends on, you know, if we're stuck in something or whatever. But yeah, we go like 11:30. I want to figure this out, but like I feel like there's, you know, some things we gotta. There's some weird shit going on here. It's like futures related weird stuff. Anyways, I'll be right back.
How's everybody so far? Everybody's probably tired. Some of y'all might be asleep.
Doing pretty well. It looks like the algo's doing all right. Um, so yeah, maybe this could make us some money. And if another thing you could do is like you could maybe use a signal from this bot and use it to trade on, like your Top Step account or something. I know they don't have an API, but you could just grab the signal from the bot and just do your trades manually. Might be able to do some stuff that way.
Honestly, that's actually what I do now. So that's why I'm looking for about to do the work. It's been a journey so far though. Like I've been doing my due diligence for a minute. For I say like maybe back in the wintertime. And how it started was a client of mine. He showed me something that one of his buddies did with an AI system. They put like let's just say they put like $1,000 up for a stock. Well, not one stock, but the bot basically put the stocks. Well, basically put the money where it needs to be in this particular stocks. Not sure how many it was, but supposedly had made about 28 in 30 days. Now, I'm not saying I'm not judging it about a profit because it could have been 1,000 to 3,000 in 30 days. I'd have still, that still was all right with me, but just for the fact that I'm seeing more and more little by little systems being set up that's supposed to trade for you. But the last one I saw was a guy on YouTube. He dealt with futures and still Forex. And it took him about 90 days just to make a decent one. For like the trade actually does a trade for him. The only thing he has to do is reset it periodically so it can match the market shift, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm just, still figuring out, how this whole system works as far as AI trader system. But yeah, and futures is different from Forex, so I'm still fairly new to it, but I'm getting there.
What do you personally like to use? Do you like ICT? Do you like support and resistance?
Oh, as you see, I'm support resistance guy. Just because it's just about that structure that's respected. Once that structure is respected, a higher percentage of the time, that's all that matters to me. Just to keep it simple, because honestly, I just like to keep it simple, real simple strategy. Simple, I trade mainly. Most of my trades are made during fast markets after the 9:30 bell. And of course, not right after the 9:30 bell, just give the market time to breathe. And sometimes I'm right before, definitely that time frame between 8:30 and 11, something like that. Maybe, depends, but realistically, 8:30 and 11.
That's what this bot's doing. I think 11:15 is the cutoff on this one.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. Because honestly, it seems like the way the game is going, It's like way the game is going is majority of this will be AI, and it'll be so AI that it will make us manual traders look like dummies, you know. But that's technology. That's the evolution of technology for you, you know.
I hear you. Yeah, we're trying to get ahead of the curve, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I
Oh, trust
think
me.
a lot of the automated trading is high frequency trading now, you know, a lot of that stuff. And so I don't know, it'd still be a room for retail traders, no matter what, because the high frequency trading happens, they're looking at different things.
Speaking of high frequency, have you ever heard of HFX?
Is that high
It's
frequency Forex?
Right, exactly. When you said high frequency, it made me think of that. That was my first profitable trading situation for far as on my own. I started learning Forex, I say like maybe 2020 during the lockdown, actually during the lockdown. I was with us in academy only, and you know, I was still new learning things. You know, I began to like it. And then a friend of mine put me onto IML Academy. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with IML Academy. It's a great learn and earn platform. Meaning they actually set you up to earn before you learn. They copy trades, all you know, not copy trade like far as like mirroring, but far like, you know, copy and paste, basically. And I didn't I got spoiled in the beginning. So I just showed up every class just to copy and paste, just because I knew I was going to, you know, make something. Fast forward, and I'm learning my own. And no, and HFX. Only problem with HFX, you know, it kind of crippled me in a sense that, you know, meaning it developed an impatient side of me because the trades were too quicker. They're like 3-minute trades, the most 5-minute trades, the most 15-minute trades. So, you know, it was, you know, so an hour was like forever. However, when it comes to, you know, the money, most traders left the HFX platform because they had a problem of releasing your funds. I mean, you had to go through all types of obstacles just to get your funds back. That's actually your money. And what they would do is they would throw in like when I'm about to release my funds, they say, hey, we're gonna throw you a $1.50 on commission, you know, basically getting you to trade their money, you know. But that would have been a problem if it wasn't so much of problems of you know, withdrawing your funds. That's it. So then I got back to traditional Forex. Of course, my favorite pair was NASDAQ, EU, SP 500, and mainly NASDAQ, of course. But NASDAQ is so, like I said, so volatile on futures. I can't mess with it. I'm gonna be honest. It hurt me because it put me behind in my challenge. You know, so anybody know about Top Step, you know about the challenge in the XFA. So the last combine, it threw me off. So I had to so I'm making up for it right now, just so I can just proceed. But one pair, you know, if you got one pair, just stick to. No, that's what I can recommend. You know, unless you have backup pairs, but you don't have to have too many pairs to be profitable. You just, you know, the power is in the patience. Actually, the profits, the power is in the patience. Honestly. Yep. Anybody on here trading crypto or anything like that? Like I know the XRP just kind of shot up a little bit.
You know, what's weird about this algorithm is I don't think he even changed any logic about the actual purchases, but we're seeing different results.
That's one thing about this, like building a whole system. You have to be on every step, from what I was told. Like you can't miss out. Like each step that you want to program, you have to really make sure it's implemented, make sure it's programmed into the system. If not, you have to go back just to put it in.
It's definitely a lot of work to build all parts of it.
Yeah.
If I could do it over again, I would change things a little bit.
Now, but the good thing, but the good thing is, the tomorrow you is going to think that today you. That's the good thing.
Hopefully.
He could also, the tomorrow him could also curse it, but today him
Yeah.
too.
It goes both ways sometimes. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, like for example, I'm looking at this, I'm like, what the hell? Like what's going on with this stupid thing?
Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
So then well, and it's weird because I don't think you even messed with the trading logic, did you?
I changed I heard you say that. I changed the fees. So I think that's the reason why it's different.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing you changed. I wouldn't expect that significant of a difference.
Oh, it could be a big difference. Like, because this thing's
Well,
changing
I'm
so
sure,
often,
but not the difference between 300. It was like 200 something thousand at the end. And then the cumulative return is now opposite. So your cumulative return went down,
Yes.
which makes sense, right? But your strategy value went up.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. These tear sheets, there's something weird going on with them. I need to figure out what the heck is going on here. 'Cause
Well,
it's
obviously the annual return.
it's not even about the annual return. The annual return's fine. Well, actually, it should be negative, but 500.
Yeah, that might just be not displaying the negative on the top one.
Yeah. But the thing is that the whole graph is just like opposite, which is like, what the hell, whatever. It's probably something stupid. I bet you, like, if I spent like 20 minutes on it, I could figure it out.
So I sent you just a couple lines of code that I used to calculate my portfolio value manually.
Okay.
And I used that as an indicator to kind of give myself a sanity check. And then I could see exactly, so calculate the profit and then use that profit calculation and add it to my portfolio. And then it just keeps updating that.
Okay.
So on-filled order. Actually, I did that in the on-filled order event. But again, this is an older version of LumiBot.
I'm pretty confident in the portfolio value. Like, I don't think the portfolio value is off. I mean, I'd be pretty surprised if that was off, right? Maybe it's calculating trades incorrectly somehow. It's possible, but this thing being reversed at the end, there's probably some stupid calculation somewhere that's just not.
Well, like I said, so you adding fees, right? If adding fees, I would expect the cumulative return to go down, and it did. But then the portfolio value went up.
Well, no, the other one had fees too. It was I changed the fees.
So you think so what you're saying is that the fee value may have actually gone down.
Yes.
In which case the portfolio value, the movement of the portfolio value makes sense.
Right.
And the tear sheet doesn't.
Yeah, because before it was 0.01 or I think 1% per trade or 0.01% per trade, something like that. It was a percentage base, and I changed that to a flat fee, right? So I think the flat fee made.
I thought we had run that one at least once since you
I don't think
updated that, but I could be wrong.
I don't think so. I could be wrong too, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Yeah, because that makes perfect sense. That, like, before it was trending downwards, lost a ton of money. and then we changed the fee structure, and now it's less so problematic. It actually made money this time around, which makes sense. You know, like if the fee goes down.
This is one of the things that sucks about programming. You can write code and it could work great for years even, right? And then you have one issue that makes you second guess everything that you wrote for the
Yeah.
for the past X number of years.
Yeah.
You have to break it all the way back down to try to figure out where the heck. Yeah, it might be something simple. Probably is.
I have an idea. I think I know what's going on. I think the problem is because the way that this graph is calculated is very different than this. And I think the fact
Yeah.
that it's doing all these big negatives is screwing it up. I think it's like negative times negative, and it's doing some weird stuff like that.
Which should be a positive. Yeah.
Because the way that this graph is calculated is we're using the QuantStats library, and the QuantStats library, for some reason, wants it as like daily returns. So you're not giving it the value, you're giving it the returns, and it's
So the daily profit value.
no, like a percentage.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that it reconstructs it that way. Right. So if you have all these weird negatives and positives going on, it can cause like weird. I think that's what's happening here. Right. So I think I could figure out how to fix this. That's not my primary concern. What I'd like to know is what's going on with the strategy specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And why is it that we keep seeing these big dips? You know, that's what I'd like to know. So now that we have this is a little bit easier to go through. Short entry, long exit. Long entry, short exit. Long exit.
Entry sell versus short entry.
What the hell?
Short entry. I think you started applying some of the logic and probably didn't carry it all the way through to Elda.
Yeah. Short entry, long exit, entry sell.
Wouldn't that be the same as short entry?
Yeah, that's why I'm a little confused here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think you probably changed one, and then there's another. Like there's two ways that you enter, right?
Yeah, entry blank. There should be just one way.
So that should be buy or sell, right? Should see entry buy from that too.
Yeah, exactly.
Some
Entry
reason we're
side.
not.
Right. For some reason, there's a thing called. You
So
know
there is
why?
entry buy. There is entry buy.
No, you know what?
Short entry is when it's an opposite signal, right?
No, short entry is the signals. All these short entry, all the white ones,
Mm-hmm.
those are all the signals, and then these are the ones that we're looking at. Okay, so I'm gonna make those disappear. I think we just got to rename those. These are the indicators, right? Like long entry, short.
Yeah.
entry
So in other words, they're
areas.
not actually executions. It's just
Yeah. So
it's just what the indicators are telling us. Yeah.
I'm going to delete those because that's just confusing. It's just too many entries and exits. Okay. So we got rid of them for now. Okay. So now we have this. All right. Why did this fall off a cliff here, for example? Right.
We bought back there, but then it did nothing, and then it sold. I'm guessing on the way down. That's a martingale loss. So that means that the okay. So we bought a short there.
Yeah, so you go. So 32, 64, 128. But hold on, there wasn't any wins along the way here? I guess not. Lost.
We don't actually have we don't have the value of the asset graphed here either. So right, so we don't. You can tell by looking at the entry points, but
that would actually be a very good thing to graph out. So let me add that to the graph. Get the last price of the asset, and then add a line for visualization. Yeah, just so that we have.
you want to make it a certain color.
Yeah. And then also let me make sure this is value is the second one, yeah, and then color. What's gonna look good on this graph?
Maybe blue line? I don't know.
Yeah, blue could work. Color blue. Right, because there's no other blue one here. There's like purple, whatever. See, this picked colors by default. I understand why the markers it didn't, but for the lines it automatically picks them if you set them to none. Okay, either way. So we can.
Is this Plotly?
Yeah, I think so.
There's another one too.
Yeah.
It could be, it's possible it's built in that way. They just didn't have defaults for those.
Yeah, I think it's Plotly. Honestly, I was talking to one of my devs, like when for one of these breaks, I'm like, we should just make this thing trading view. Like when it outputs a chart, just output a trading view chart. I think it'd be so much easier. Like instead of this stuff, you know.
I actually, when I did this, and again, this was a year ago too, I also made candlestick charts so that I could see how the price action was working with the algorithm too.
It makes sense. Yeah, if we had plot or a trading view built in, all you get all that stuff for free, right? So we don't have to do any of that. Okay, so now we have loss, right? So this now makes more sense, right? We have a loss, we have a loss, we have a loss, and then we have a profit. You know what I'm thinking? Okay, because we have this thing stop loss and take profit. Like I think maybe one thing that's really screwing this up is this whole thing where if the signal comes in different than exit, I think that's a problem because that way it's also not as deterministic, right? Because you're all of a sudden going to leave, but then you don't leave with enough money to justify the martingale, right? So it's makes it less like you can't really predict as much how much you're going to make. So martingale doesn't really make as much sense. So what I'd like to do is
check. Are you saying you essentially, because the martingale is going to have you keep buying contracts, right? Keep buying contracts. You're saying you're buying contracts until you don't have any money left?
No, what I mean is that we have a signal that says long entry. We have a signal that says short entry.
Yeah.
And now if we're in a long entry and a short entry signal comes around, we're going to flip the position.
Sure.
Right. But that also makes us exit prematurely. Right. So we're not actually getting that, you know, take profit, stop loss. I think that's actually causing this really messed up graph.
Is that also mean that, so when we're doing those exits, we're using all the quantity that we have purchased for the underlying asset, right? So it's not leaving anything behind, right?
I don't think so. So let me just gonna comment this out for now. Check if the position is in the same asset, has position true. I was gonna do that. No, check if position is in the same asset. If the position
isn't all of this stuff the same asset? You're only trading one instrument. What is?
Yeah, it's just kind of like a fail safe because like people put weird stuff in their accounts, and you never know if you own something else. And USD is technically an asset too, right? So you just want to check: is it the same thing? We own MES, like it's not something else.
Yeah, right? So I could see why you do that in a real like a live trading environment. Yes. I didn't know if this was okay. No, that makes sense.
Yeah, I do everything I do like is now towards live trading environment because we do so much live trading that like it's just automatic. You know, like you do it once and like you get screwed by it, and you're like, I never want to do that again. Yeah, you know.
Yep, makes sense.
Okay, so I think if we fix that, so now it's going to be just purely based off of take profit and stop loss. I think that's going to be quite a big difference because we're not saying why exited or why entered, but this profit is measly. This is nothing. You know what I mean? Like I would, okay, we have a loss. I would expect, okay, another loss. It's falling quite fast. Then the profit.
Yeah, you
should
could
be a
ignore
large
the
profit.
opposing signals for now and just say, okay, well, just cut my losses with that stop loss.
Yeah,
If
'cause
you know,
don't make up
let
for
it
losses.
ride until its end. Now you might end up not getting a signal in the opposite direction because you're then waiting, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're waiting until you exit out of the current trade before you start a new one, right?
Right.
What pair is this? Or
This is ES
or is it open?
or MES
Huh?
technically. Yeah.
Oh, so MES. Okay, great.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that will fix things. Oh, look at that. Holy crap. Our portfolio is already way higher because of that change. Look at that. Jesus.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's doing things that wouldn't be allowed. Like the amount of leverage that we're taking is just ridiculous. But it makes more sense. Like it's actually.
You're never getting margin called. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Well, this is definitely much more positive. Did 5x its money in.
Now it would have to lose quite a bit to go negative now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, with futures, I wouldn't put it past it, you know.
Hey, nobody knows the
Account in 2
future.
seconds. Yeah. But this is making more sense to me now. I think that was the problem that we're having, is that we were looking at those contra signals. It wasn't
Conflicting signals. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Because the thing is that, like, if you take a stop loss and take profit, you have a very determined amount of money that you're making or losing. Yeah, look at that. $1 million. Holy shit. Now it's heading in the right direction.
It looks that way.
Yeah.
If that's real. Yeah.
I mean, again, I don't think that's the right thing according to the amount of margin that we could take.
It's not 100% accurate, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's more.
Well, at least we don't have to worry about repainting. Like
Yeah.
when you try to back this to strategy with TradingView.
What do you mean repainting? What is that?
The indicate, well, back testing in TradingView is it's hard to have a realistic back test because you have to go by the closing price of the candle. And the closing price of the candle, you already know the end price.
Oh, okay.
Whereas if you were trading live, you wouldn't know what that closing price is.
Right.
So like you make decisions before they happen.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, that's why we use the open price of the next candle as our fill price.
Yeah, well, that's why we're using minute candles too. So you get as close to actual
Right.
price changes as you can, even if you're trading essentially on a higher time frame.
Right. Exactly. This is behaving a lot more like Martingale. You see, like, I don't know if you're watching.
$7 million.
Yeah. It's not bad, 70 times their money in a month. I'll take it.
What if you gave it $200? What would that?
Yeah. Turn $200 into 20 million in like a month.
I mean, what's the time frame on this? Is this like a month now?
This is a month. Yeah, this is a month. Yeah, it turned 100K into 20 million.
That seems realistic, right?
Yeah, right. But this makes more sense though. Now the Martingale is actually behaving the way that I would expect it to. Right. This is, I don't know. Again,
the cumulative return versus benchmark, on the other hand.
Yeah.
SPY definitely didn't give you $20 million.
Yeah, that's okay. So let's take a look at this. Portfolio value. Yeah, this makes more sense. It's like going up, and then boom, like it lost, and then big win. Lost.
Yeah, well, this is what, like we were saying earlier, if you get those big dips, you'd expect it would increase just as quickly.
Exactly. This looks more like a martingale.
Because it will. As a martingale goes down, it'll keep dipping and dipping and dipping until it shoots way up.
Yeah,
Yep.
Exactly. So this makes more sense. let's see, entry buy.
And if you limit the amount your martingale is able to go down, you could probably keep it from dipping below zero too.
Sorry, if we limit the what?
I think I saw this in another video you did where you limit martingale to only allowing a certain number of a
Oh
certain
yeah,
quantity. So your max quantity that you.
yes, yeah, we do that with our iron condors, where basically you have like a schedule of how it's going through it, right? This is basically just doubling each time,
Mhm.
but you can have a schedule. You don't have to double, right? You can have like,
Yeah, you can make it. So right now it becomes exponential.
yeah, right. So you can make it like I've seen some like we've done a couple that's
You
okay,
can make it more logarithmic. Yeah.
and then it starts going, or there's all these different like interesting things you could do with it mathematically. But here, this is pretty crazy. Like it's trading, 16,000 contracts. Like that's not realistic, right? Like I don't know if MES can even handle.
You might
everything.
actually be running into liquidity issues.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially
right?
when you get to
Yeah.
$20 million.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, but this is making more sense. So now the next question is, how do we improve the accuracy of this thing so it doesn't have to go that far down, right? Because this is how many losses. This is one lot. Actually, why did it go to 8? What's that? No, because they're grouped together. How close are these together? 1, 1, 1, 8. It almost seems like it jumps, but they're probably behind each other. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Again, this is why I want to use trading. I think we're just gonna set up trading view charts. I messaged one of our devs. I think I'm just gonna get him to do it. Like it would be so much easier if it was a trading view chart, and then that way we could all speak the same language too, right? Ray, I think you'd like that if this was a trading view chart instead. Okay.
You probably wouldn't be able to use. I mean, I guess it's JavaScript. Yeah, they use their charting API uses JavaScript.
Yeah, but you just send it to the API and it loads up on a page. It's like you could have different languages talk to each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and JavaScript just renders in the browser, and you just send it the inputs, right?
Yeah, in theory, yep, should work.
I think it'll be fine.
I mean, they embed it in all kinds of other applications. There shouldn't be a reason you can't do it here.
Yeah. And Python can run JavaScript too, like Django runs JavaScript, So I expect it to be actually quite easy. I spoke to them about this like 2-3 years ago, and they sent me you have to like get access to their trading view charts. You have to have like an API key or something like that to do this. So but they actually gave me all that. I just haven't used it yet. Okay. Either way, this is starting to make more sense, right? Pretty crazy returns. Like this thing is definitely making an insane amount of money, but that's also because it's unrealistic in terms of its margin requirements.
Yeah, you'd have to put realistic limits on it for if you were ever to trade it live. Anyways, you're monitoring your portfolio value before you buy more quantities, and there's a number of things that you'd have to put in place anyways. But at least you are emulating fees now.
Yeah, we're emulating the fees. We have the martingale set up properly. What I think so this is the big thing about doing a martingale is, first of all, you obviously want to have a higher win rate, right? So the higher your win rate, the better. But that's not even that important compared to what's the probability of some X amount of losses in a row, right? Mm-hmm. Because you could have a 90% win rate, but then if you rapid fire 10 losses in a row, you're screwed anyways, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could set rules around it the same way that a human trader would too. Like, what's my max loss for the day? What's my max loss for the, sort of thing. How many times can I lose in a certain period of time, or the max actual value or percentage of my pot I'm able to lose.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if you follow this company called NERP. You ever heard of them?
Doesn't sound familiar.
NERP, these guys right here. I know them well because they're one of our competitors, and they make a crap load of money. Like, I don't know what these guys are doing, but last I spoke to them, I figured they're making something like $10 million a year in terms of just like fees from their customers, not trading fees, but like from their customers, $10 million a year, which is pretty ridiculous. Why did that happen? Yeah. So anyway, so these guys, they clearly are very smart at marketing and sales, right? But their algorithm was actually very good too. They had an algorithm that where the heck is, I guess they don't show it on their website, which is a bit strange. Their algorithm was making something like 100% a year for a few years in a row. It was like a very nice upward trending graph. They're doing really, really well, making tons of money. Clearly martingale, right? Like you could see on the graphs, if you look at like FX traders, they trade Forex, right? So there's like a Forex thing where you can like actually like look at their trades, right? There's a way that you could actually do this, right? If you look at the trades, like martingale is very easy to spot when you look at a trader and you've done it for a while. It looks exactly like that, this graph here, right?
Yeah, you got a ladder.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
steps with those deep
steps
cuts.
yeah, exactly. You very easy to tell this happening. So they were doing martingale for a while. And then what happened was Japan raised interest rates. And that just sent convulsions through the entire world, right? And that their portfolio went from being up, 100% a year for 3 years in a row to it blowing up, right?
Yep.
Very typical martingale stuff. But the problem is, okay, fine. This thing is a very strange event, whatever. I would think that you would have some sort of controls in place that says, alert, some crazy shit's going down. We lost too many trades in a row. Stop for a period of time. Just stop.
just
get up.
Give me a pause period. Yeah,
Exactly. Something weird's going on. Let's just exit out of here for a bit. Take a nice break.
Cool down period.
Exactly. Right. So I think we could do something similar with this. Right. It's like, okay, in a period like this, when you have this many losses in a row and you see it drop so far down, you could halfway through be like, hey, things are not going our way today. Something weird is happening in the market. Cool off. Right.
Yeah, either just stop buying or sell off what we have.
Yeah.
And
exit and then wait until tomorrow when hopefully things go back to normal. Or wait, a couple days or whatever, right? So I think implementing some sort of controls like that would be quite important, right? And then I've also, I know other people that do martingales, but I met this guy in New York. He's a very smart guy. He does algo trading as well. And he does martingales, but he is able to stagger the martingales. Right, there's like a mathematical thing that you could do. It's like
so you delay how long in between each martingale?
No. What I mean is that he has 3 or 4, or actually he said it's like 60 or 100 different martingales.
Okay.
And they all like overlap over each other, so the chance of and all of them blowing up at once is much lower. Right.
So you've got multiple martingale algorithms. So when you determine your quantity when you're buying, it's basing it off of more than one different algorithm.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
It's really smart.
Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. Right. So you do something like that. Like there's different types of indicators for each one. Right. Maybe one is better in certain situations and other better in different situations. But then you overlay them on each other. Right. And okay, you expect them to blow up every once in a while, but they only own a certain portion of the account and that's it. And you almost like are looking for these things to blow up on a regular basis. So that way your account can actually deal with it better. Right. It's like a chaos monkey type thing almost, or at least that's the way I think about it. So yeah, cool. Anyways, I think this is a pretty good outcome so far. Right. This is not very realistic, but holy shit. I mean, you know, turning 100K into $20 million in a month. Why not? I'd say that's a good stopping point. I got to figure out what the hell's wrong with our graphs, because these graphs are just not correct. For some reason, this one is correct, or at least directionally correct, right? But this is just wrong, right? Because this is what the graph looks like, right? So I got to look into why that's happening. But overall, I think this is a pretty good stopping point. I think there's a lot that we can do to improve this thing. I think we can improve the accuracy a lot. I think we need to figure out, you know, how do we prevent that many losses in a row. I think we could add in like a schedule of like how the doublings work. Maybe we could look at, I was hoping to get into it today, but that time GPT. I think time GPT would be very interesting to look at and see how well it does with this kind of data. Just feed it a ton of data. So, I mean, I think it's like, you know, accuracy, right? The martingale kind of logic around it and like improving that. And like the cool off and all that kind of stuff. And then I just need to fix these bugs with our graphs, because I don't know what the hell's wrong with them.
Comment those ideas into the code, Rob, so we remember them for next week.
Sure. Yeah, it's good.
If we want to work.
Yeah.
If we want to work on this again.
Yeah, you're right.
I think we might have something to work with here, though. You know, this might be a good starting point for something profitable.
I think so too. I mean, if you believe in this graph, you can make, you know, 20,000% a month, you know. That's not bad. Yeah. Do that for 3 months.
So what you're saying is we should YOLO into this, right? Yeah.
All of our money, you know, everything. Yeah.
And then now we go back to the disclaimer at the beginning of
it. Yes, please read that disclaimer. I don't want someone to jump in like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put all my money in. Please don't do that. That's a joke.
Give me the code. I'm running it tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, in case anyone is not paying attention fully, I was joking.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a pretty crazy number, though. You know, it's yeah, look at this. It starts off 129,000 down here. That's wild, man. I wish you only need to do this once in your life. You know, you do this once, go retire.
Then you can retire. You don't need. All right, done.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. All right. Okay. Well, this was fun, guys. I think this is a good point to stop. Yeah. Let me write down these things, the to-do list, before we go. So, so number one is time GPT, and this is not in any particular order. Time GPT. Another one is look at win rate of current, you know, algo, right? Of current indicators, I should say. All right, we should actually like measure that and like what is the win rate. Look at losses in a row with current indicators. And then for martingale, looks like martingale improvements. Like what is like martingale? Sure, martingale improvements, right? We call it that. Anything else you guys want to add to this?
Yeah, martingale scheduling. Cool off period. I guess that's number.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Cool, but I
3.
guess,
Yeah.
I guess martingale cool off. Let's be more specific. Martingale cool off, cool down period, and then martingale schedule instead of fixed growth factor.
And I'll play with a couple of different take profit and stop loss levels, see if we can maximize things a little bit on that front.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, I got to check this code in. So I'll go. Let's actually do that right now. So I'm gonna forget to do this. So go file, add local repository, strategy library, futures trading, right? Get ignore for Python, license, leave that alone for now. README, sure, we can add a README in. And then also, I don't want to check the data in. You guys can get the data very easily, but I don't want to check it in because data, people go crazy with that stuff. So I'm going to publish it like this to our Lumi Wealth strategies.
Yeah, you're not supposed to share the data
Yeah,
that
exactly.
you download from them. They have
Yeah.
different tiers. I think there is a tier that lets you share, but that's like the most expensive tier.
I've been down that path already. I know this all too well. So the data is not hard to do. Like you could just use the download data. If Worth, you need help with this, let me know. You basically just have to put in bar chart username and bar chart password into your env file, and then run the download data. All right. So if Worth, you want to do this, let me know. We'll do that. But
Does your repository, does it auto pip install the requirements?
There isn't any requirements except for
the download data there is, but the other parts, no.
Oh yes, there are. Okay, that's another thing I should put in. Okay, hold on. Let me do this first. Get ignore. We'll get ignore data. Is that correct? Well, it didn't add in the data directory. Okay, so that seems to work. And then, sorry, what was the other part?
Oh, that the download data actually requires an underlying library.
Right, BCutils, and it's specifically the one that you made.
Yeah, because the original one doesn't have minute data.
Yes.
Plus, there was some oddities that I noticed when I was trying to get it to work too. But
do you have that URL again? Where is that URL?
I think it's under the Forex group in the Discord.
Yes, that's before we had the futures channel.
I think you just scroll over it. Go back. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Okay. But this is
not that link. That's the config file. Just the one below it. No, that is the repository, but that link is specifically to config file, which lists example instruments.
Yeah, exactly. So, how do we do this again? We go ChatGPT.
I think it was just pip install and the Git repo, but I could be wrong. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I do this in the requirements file again. Bluebot greater than or equal to 3.8. I think 16 is what we're on right now. Show Bluebot 3.8.16 exactly. So right now, the require.txt is just how do I add that Git repo. Oh, I literally just go like that. Ag equals BC utils. Okay. Okay, there you go. Okay, added rex.txt. All right, okay, so it's live there. All right, cool. And actually, one more thing. Sorry, one more thing I got to do. GitHub strategies. We're gonna go futures trading. I'm gonna give you guys access to this. And then Tim, I don't think you're part of any of our plans yet, are you?
No, I'm not.
You're not a subscriber. Okay, I'll give you access to this though, because I know you've been contributing a lot. So
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. What's your GitHub username?
Tim Arthurlee. TIMARTHURLEE.
Tim Arthurlee.
2 E's, yep.
There
That's
you go.
it.
Okay, perfect. All right, give you right access if you want to do that too. Okay, so you should have gotten that invite. And then I'll add this to anyone on our pro plan can get this as well. And our all access plan will do that too. So futures trading. Oh, it's already added to the team. What the hell? How is that possible when it didn't exist?
Did you add last week's version? No, probably not, right?
No, because I literally just created this repo. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Something's going on.
The sooner you realize it doesn't have to make sense, the sooner it all does.
Sure. Whatever you say.
It's my philosophy in life.
Okay, cool. All right, so that's all in there. Okay, so we have that live. If you guys want to use it, you guys can do that. I think this is pretty cool so far results. I think we do a heck of a lot better. If you guys want to keep working on this next week, you know, we could improve the accuracy of the signals. We could do all those things in the to-do list. All right, cool. All right, guys, have a good night. This has been fun.
Awesome. Thanks,
Good night.
Rob.
All right,
Good night,
thank you.
Rob.
Thank
Good
you.
night, everyone.